And we're live. Good morning and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy on African Independent Television. Of course, I am Nancy Naji, and thank you for joining us as always. Nigeria is being stress tested. The IMF has concluded and released its annual Article 4 review of this economy, and the verdict is nuanced. Reforms are working, but the risks are real, the pain is unequal, and the margin for policy error is thin. Where stabilizing indicators are clashing violently with a deepening cost of living crisis to the stubborn persistence of inflation, warning that public external debt will balloon to $72.6 billion by 2027 and flagging high risk over the government's brand new $5 billion total return swap deal. I interrogate the IMF diagnosis. Joining me this morning is Dr. Christian Ebeke, the IMF resident representative in Nigeria, in what will be his final appearance on Moneyline with Nancy before the completion of his mission in this country. Over the years, Dr. Ebeke has been one of the most important voices helping to explain the IMF's thinking on Nigeria's economic challenges, reforms, risk, and opportunities. So this morning, we will not only examine the IMF's latest assessment of Nigeria, but we'll also reflect on its observations, lessons, and perspectives after years of closely following Nigeria's economy. And then, the FIFA World Cup kicks off today. Hooray! As a football fan, what do you expect? Even if you're not a football fan, the beautiful game meets big money and the economics are staggering. $13 billion tournament hosted across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. I will take a look at what many are calling the most commercially viable tournament in football history, as it has expanded as it is now a 48-team tournament. So from broadcast rights and sponsorship revenues to tourism, infrastructure investment, fan spending, and even the impact of stricter U.S. visa requirements on global attendance, we will explore the economics of what has become a $13 billion global enterprise. Joining me for that conversation will be sports broadcaster and consultant Tony Ibitoye. It's a packed program this morning, so let's take a break and we'll get right in.
Investments Company Limited presents the Abuja Business and Investment Expo 3.0. More than an expo, it's the ultimate gateway to Africa's booming markets, powered by AICL, driving growth across the Federal Capital Territory and beyond. Theme: Building Nigeria's Capital, investment as a catalyst for economic growth. Connect with industry leaders through keynote panels, workshops, and networking sessions. Keynote speaker, Dr. Emomotibe John Agama, DG Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. Date: August 5th to 7, 2026. Time: 10 a.m. daily. Venue: Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center, Abuja. Accreditation: August 4th at the same venue. For inquiries and WhatsApp: 091-3500-1059. Email: abis@abujainvestments.com. ABIE 2026, brought to you by AICL. Drilling the place, setting the pace, driving the future.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces. Salute their gallantry. Stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
Dr. Christian Ebeke is the IMF resident representative here in Nigeria, and he joins me for his last interview here on Moneyline with Nancy. Good morning, Dr. Ebeke.
Good morning, Nancy.
How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Welcome. Let's get to the serious things first. Your report, 88 pages, it was released just, I think, about 2 days ago now, or thereabout. I had to go through the grind and go through that report, but we just have a few minutes. So let me just bring in some key things that I wanted us to address. The reports estimated that Nigeria's GDP growth was at 4% in 2025, then project 4.1% this year. But paragraph 2 of that report says that 63% of Nigerians are living below the national poverty line, and 27 million Nigerians face food insecurity in 2025. How do you reconcile those two realities? Growth going up, poverty going up. Why is the quality of this growth extremely poor in driving down multidimensional poverty?
Thank you very much, Nancy, and thanks again for having me on your show. It's always a great pleasure, and you always ask very interesting questions. So the situation for Nigeria is very simple. The authorities did very well in terms of advancing the macro stability agenda. They scored some great gains. Inflation was coming down pretty rapidly before the war in the Middle East. And, growth was actually very resilient. The reality of that growth is the composition. Growth is still driven by the service sector and a little bit also the hydrocarbon sector with the new refinery that has started operations. So the growth is a good growth for Nigeria, but it's still not job-rich enough. We want growth to be driven by agriculture. We want growth to be driven by the manufacturing sector. So in terms of why poverty is up is also the reality that inflation remains at double digits. So the fight against inflation has not been won yet. So you have growth that is resilient thanks to the good policies the authorities put in place, but the growth has yet to be sufficiently job-rich in order to bring poverty down, and inflation has to come below double digits, again, to make sure that the most vulnerable are not impacted much.
Are we saying that until we'll see inflation drop down to a single digit, that is when the growth will make more sense to bring down poverty numbers, or perhaps there are still structural bottlenecks there that are not enabling the growth be rich enough to push poverty numbers down?
So that's a great question. For Nigeria, 4% growth is low in per capita terms because you want your economy to grow way above population growth. And Nigeria population growth is between 2 and 3%. Growth is at 4%. So in per capita terms, in real term, Nigeria GDP growth per capita is still very low. So the authorities are aiming for 7% growth in the medium term. We think this is appropriate and achievable. But in order to get there, Nancy, you want growth to be driven by productivity enhancement. You have serious bottleneck in Nigeria, such as instance, in the electricity sector, it's very difficult for an economy to reach 7% when you are all on generators. So electricity is a key factor to sustain growth. You also have insecurity. Insecurity is a big deterrent to growth in the north of Nigeria, in other parts of the country as well. So when you fix insecurity, when you provide enough inputs to productivity, such as electricity, human capital, and you also make sure that your growth is inclusive. That's why we keep calling for cash transfer, a public works program, to ensure that the most vulnerable are part of the growth story. Otherwise, you will have an unbalanced situation where macroeconomic indicators look good, but micro indicators are worsening.
So what will it take for the micro indicators to change? Because before we were sold remove fuel subsidy, liberalize the FX market. And the IMF was also saying that, even though we are not on an IMF program, I need to say that, for emphasis again for Nigerians to know, but the IMF was in support of taking off the subsidy, doing all the reforms that we're doing right now, selling to us that the welfare of the citizens will be better. So where are we having that disconnect where the authorities are also telling us that Nigeria has reached a stabilization point? Stabilization point is no longer the challenge, but translating that stabilization into productivity, into jobs, and into household welfare is where the problem is.
Yeah, so in order to make sure that this growth trickle down to the rest of Nigerians is very important for the government and for not just the federal government, but also state and local government to really strengthen what we call social protection. The authorities have put together a very nice program with the World Bank, the direct payment transfer to vulnerable households. The target was 15 million households to receive 3 payments of 25,000 naira since 2023. This program is being rolled out. My understanding is that they have reached out to about 10 million households for now, so there are 5 million to go. But what we are actually saying in the report is, even once this program is over with the World Bank, it's important for the cash transfer payment to be part of the budget, to be part of something permanent in the Nigerian fiscal policy, not just something an afterthought, but something that is equally important as infrastructure is to the authorities right now. So we are calling for strengthening the social protection, reaching out to more and more Nigerians who are in needs, but also thinking creatively. The authorities are embarking on public infrastructure project, mega projects throughout the country, which is good for productivity and good for reducing logistic costs. But what we are actually saying is those programs can also embed in them what we call public works programs. So people working in those projects can actually have certificates at the end of the project and have skills that they can actually use even once the projects are completed. So having both physical capital accumulation, but also human capital accumulation.
The report identifies growth drivers as agriculture, real estate, information and communication, oil and gas. But private sector credit still sits at about 12% of GDP as at 2025. The report also described markets as not intermediating domestic savings into productive investment. So my question is, if credit is that shallow, what is actually now driving private sector activity, and can it be sustained?
Yes. So in the private sector, you have a lot of credit constraints, especially for SMEs. It's very difficult for SMEs right now with the high interest rate environment to actually unlock credit. But one of the key deterrent to credit growth in Nigeria is not just the interest rate, it's also the fact that collateral enforcement is actually very weak. You have lengthy judiciary procedures in Nigeria that complicate actually the willingness for banks to actually extend credit. And at the same time, you also have what we call the sovereign bank nexus. So banks are holding a large chunk of government papers instead of lending to the real economy. The same thing for the pension industry. They also hold a lot of government securities. So that's why we are calling for making sure that the reforms are broad enough. So when you walked into the collateral enforcement, judiciary procedures, the doing business, all of these things should be enough to incentivize banks to actually extend credit. But you also have the equity market that is doing well. Yes. This is a type of avenue that the private sector should also consider, but provided that you have a system in place that is attractive enough for everybody to
thrive. What can be that system that will untangle those monies?
So
to go to the right, to go to productive sectors. Yeah.
So you have the pull and the push factors. Right now, it's very difficult for a business to be very productive when you face all these high costs. I mentioned electricity. This is a very key drag on your bottom line. You have the issue of insecurities as well. So it's difficult, for example, for FDI to go to the north of Nigeria. So you need the structural reforms in terms of, providing enough inputs to the sector, electricity sector, agricultural sector. Nigeria has one of the lowest research and development spending in agricultural sector in the world. That leads to very low agricultural productivity compared to any other countries in the world. So once you are able to fix the productivity bottlenecks, you are able to provide enough infrastructure, security, then you will have a private sector that can actually have a better bottom line and they can access enough diversified source of capital, equity, or credit growth.
The report acknowledges that monetary transmission is weak. That's coming from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Are we returning to a point where interest rate hikes can no longer contain inflation because the domestic economy is largely informal and structural bottlenecks that which you have talked about still tightens the grip? So it's like opposites working. You're using monetary factors or monetary policy tools to chase structural factors. And how far away is Nigeria now from a functional transmission mechanism? What is the cost of that weakness right now in terms of inflation?
Okay, so in terms of monetary policy in Nigeria, I think the first thing we have to say is that the stance taken by the central bank over these few years has been an appropriate stance. So inflation was accelerating to levels that were complicating even social stability in the country. The central bank decided to tighten, the Monetary Policy Committee decided to tighten monetary policy. And we have seen the result throughout 2025. Inflation was decelerating prior to the war in the Middle East. So the central bank was able to tighten financial conditions. Now, there are still, some challenges, I would say legacy challenges. Not every channels in terms of monetary policy are active enough in Nigeria. I think the channel that works mostly right now is the exchange rate channel. Okay. So when the central bank tightens monetary policy, it helps strengthen the Naira, and a stronger Naira means lower inflation. So this has been the channel that has worked very well in Nigeria so far.
Is it because of imported inflation, perhaps?
It's because when you tighten monetary policy, you attract foreign capital.
I'm talking about the exchange rate too, which you talked about.
Yes, so a stronger exchange rate means lower imported inflation, which transmits into lower CPI inflation. Other channels needs to be activated. The credit channel we mentioned. You want a situation where when the central bank tightens or loosens monetary policy, you see credit growth moving up or down. You also want a situation where the interest rate channel also works. So when the central bank tightens or loosens monetary policy, the deposit rate or the lending rate will move accordingly. Right now, the main channel that has been working for Nigeria is the exchange rate channel, but we are working very closely with the central bank as part of the inflation targeting technical assistance that we are providing to activate other channels so that the central bank will not have to tighten too much or loosen too much in order to achieve the same level of inflation objective.
What kind of progress is going on as to the inflation target? And I also do know that process is on because the governor of central bank has mentioned it a couple of times. But are we seeing progress in that? Are you getting an inkling as to when that will begin? Or perhaps because this is also somehow a precarious situation, but they are focused also on that.
On inflation targeting, it is a journey. There is no date when this should be announced, like we are now inflation targeter. It's a journey, so every progress is part already of the agenda towards that goal. And I have to say that we are very pleased with the effort that the CBN has already put together. The technical level, among CBN staff is really outstanding. They have done amazing work in terms of analytical capabilities, thinking about what the inflation target could be, thinking about ways to really strengthen monetary policy transmission, etc. But in many other countries where we have done this type of technical assistance, it takes a while, right, for all the tools to be put together. But we are very, very positive and optimistic with the CBN, with the direction so far. There is a lot of work being done right now in the direction of actually strengthening what the CBN can do for the economy.
The report also projects inflation at 17% year-on-year by the end of this year, then 14.5% by the end of 2027, 11% at the end of 2028. In plain language, what does the average Nigerian household, or when does the average Nigerian household stop feeling this inflation crisis in their food basket? Because when I saw these numbers in your report, I'm like, man, Nancy, you've got to tighten up your belts further, because this is forward guidance to us that inflation is not going anywhere in the near term.
Yes, Nancy, and this is unfortunately the reality today. The war in the Middle East is complicating the outlook for inflation. As I mentioned, Nigeria was doing very well in terms of disinflation prior to the war in the Middle East. Now we face a new reality where there is heightened uncertainty as to when this war will end and how commodity prices will evolve. So right now, based on the type of macro assumptions we are working on, unfortunately, we still see inflation at double digits in the medium term. But clearly the goal, and as stated by the central bank governor, the goal is to bring inflation below double digits. This is when Nigerians will see and feel, some of the relief that they are hoping for. But at double digits, inflation is just too high, and it's not good for poverty and food insecurity.
The report also welcomed the exchange rate reforms, which you talked about, stronger reserve buffers. I need to say that $50 billion now we've been told by the central bank. But how much of that recent reserve accumulation reflects genuine improvements in external competitiveness? And how much of it is being supported by yield-seeking portfolio inflows that could reverse if global conditions change?
Thank you for answering the question, Nancy. It's all of the above, right? On the one hand, Nigeria is posting very strong current account surpluses, right? The current account surpluses is driven by, export of refined product. The new refinery is helping in that regard. The positive current account surplus is also coming from the fact that, import of refined petroleum product are also coming down. So Nigeria is benefiting on the current account surplus. The same thing for diaspora remittances. They are coming in a big chunk now compared to a few years back, thanks again to the convergence of FX rates between the official and the parallel market. So you have stories, macro fundamentals that are driving why, the FX reserves are going up, and you also have better remittances from NNPC to the central bank. At the same time, the reality is also that with higher interest rate in Nigeria, this has helped attract foreign portfolio investment, the short-term capital flows into the countries. These investments, these FPIs, have helped the foreign exchange market in providing liquidity and helping to stabilize also the FX market in general. So this is a welcome development. Nigeria is more liquid in terms of FX, but is also a vulnerability, as you said, in the case of any global shock, even if it doesn't have anything to do with what Nigeria does, any global shock, risk of sentiment may actually push some of this capital out of the country and exert pressure on the currency.
So what would improve reserve quality? Because what the IMF is saying is that we should look at reserve quality than rather reserve size. So how do we now improve the quality of reserves? So
let me first say we have tools at the IMF. One of the tools is the adequacy of the reserve. So what we are saying in the report is that the level of reserve that Nigeria has today is very comfortable. It even exceeds the levels that we think are necessary for precautionary levels, right? So Nigeria is in a very strong position externally, and the level of reserve is more than adequate for Nigeria. Now you talk about the quality of reserve. I think this is exactly what the central bank has been doing since 2023. You recall when Governor Cardozo was disclosing that net reserve hit $3 billion. And at some point in time, it actually hit 700 million in 2023. And now we have net reserves, at 35 billion at end 2025. So this tells you about the quality as well. And when you discuss with the banking sector, with many investors, they explain to you that most of the foreign currency swaps with domestic banks have been paid off. The FX backlog of $6 or $5 billion has been paid off. So the quality of reserve has increased, which again is a very, very strong development and good policies by the central bank.
Of all the risks identified in the report, that's fiscal slippage, inflation persistence, exchange rates, weaker oil revenues, despite that we're still making some money, security challenges, perhaps reform fatigue, as it were. Which one keeps the IMF most concerned about Nigeria's outlook, perhaps for the next 2 years or 3?
Is the global environment.
Okay.
The war in the Middle East is complicating the outlook. For Nigeria as a net oil exporting countries, you expect Nigeria to actually benefit from higher oil prices and higher gas prices. But at the same time, inflation in Nigeria is also very high, and the risk actually that inflation can actually rise even further because of the pass-through from higher, oil prices to the economy. So the net impact on Nigeria is something that actually worries us more. On the one side, you can have the fiscal and external account that could do well because of higher commodity prices. But for the ordinary Nigerians, inflation risk remain a very, very serious problem that the central bank, but also the fiscal policy side, they should address. So for us, what is happening in terms of, the situation in the Middle East is one of the key concerns that we have for Nigeria. And then you have domestic risk, elections are approaching. How fiscal policies, both at the federal and subnational levels will evolve, will also determine, the trajectory of inflation, because again, if fiscal policy loosens excessively, this adds liquidity into the economy and will create a tension with monetary policy objectives.
And there's a likelihood that it might be loose because elections are just by the corner. But let's take a few seconds to talk about the IMF projection on public external debt, because that also jumped at me. $51.9 billion in 2025 to an alarming $72.6 billion by 2027. Debt servicing, the IMF says, already consumes over half of Nigeria's total revenue. So how are you categorizing this sovereign stress risk as merely moderate? Because that's why I saw there. Of course, when there's an upcoming election, that's why that jumped at me, and I needed to ask you that question. Election year spending pressures would threaten to blow the fiscal deficit completely out of the water. So how can we manage that?
So we flag in the report that, in many countries in the world, especially even in developing countries, you have election-related spending pressures, right? Which is understandable. So the magnitude of those pro-cyclical spending is what should actually worry, analysts and policymakers. In the case of Nigeria, we are pleased to hear that the direction of travel set by the Minister of Finance is a direction of travel where is about fiscal prudence, is about using the windfall from the higher commodity prices to actually retire expensive debt that is consuming a lot of their tax revenue, but also embarking on key infrastructure projects to reduce the cost of doing business in Nigeria and improve transportation. So we are pleased with what we're hearing from the authorities, at least on how they are willing to use the windfall that is coming their way. But we flag the risk because, again, it's not just the federal government that runs fiscal policy. States also have improved fiscal space, and it's important for them to use the windfall as well to strengthen social protection and to make sure that, health, education spending are actually in place. Right now, when you look at how states are spending the fiscal space that they have managed to generate, mostly on repaying debt and doing infrastructure spending. Yes, but things like health, education, social protection, unfortunately, remain too low.
So as we end the program, if Nigeria gets three things right over the next 24 months, what would materially change, and what should be those three things that could change our growth trajectory? Quickly, in a few seconds.
Yeah, in a few seconds, Nancy. First is making sure that Nigeria is not a country that is just always been told in the area of insecurity, right? So insecurity or security is very key in Nigeria. There has been very good progress in securing the pipelines and oil installation. The same emphasis should be put in security in the food basket region, because Nigeria needs to have an increased agricultural supply. Second is clearly on electricity. Nigeria is one of the country of this size should not have this recurrent power outages, and the manufacturing sector and household as well are really struggling to have decent electricity supply. And third is clearly social protection. A growth objective has to go hand in hand with improving the lives of the people on the street, and Nigeria has the capability to really reach out to the most vulnerable, and this social protection should be accelerated and be part formally of any budget that will be passed as a permanent feature of future budgets.
So I guess that this message is for policymakers as you're concluding your assignments in Nigeria, and it's a mixed one for me because you've been here with us for close to 3 years.
Yes.
So, what will be one message that you have for Nigerians about our economic future? For us as Nigerians,
yes.
not the policymakers now,
I think,
ordinary Nigerians.
Yes, so Nigerians are extremely smart and resilient people, and how Nigerian is viewed right now in the rest of the world is very positive. The main memory I have is when we were contacted by other countries, including Ethiopia, just because they wanted to understand exactly how these reforms were done in Nigeria, very complicated reform, and they actually made the trip. So this is the type of leadership that I will remember from Nigeria, showing the rest of African countries that you can take very difficult reforms, you can own them fully, and you can stand by them. What we are saying now is for the country as a whole to embark on a new social contract where the government provides what is needed for the most vulnerable to maintain and sustain the acceptability of the reforms.
Is there anything we underestimate about ourselves as Nigerians that you've realized in the last?
No, I think
There's
Nigerians
nothing.
are very proud people, and they know their value.
And we know our
And
value.
you're leading.
And we're leading.
Yes.
Good. Your favorite food, since you've been with us for the last few years, what's your favorite food?
Is
Oh, you
goat
do-
meat, is asun. Asun.
Asun?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good meat. The peppered one, the
Peppered
spicy
one with fried plantains.
with fried plantains. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Dr. Baker.
Thank you.
It's not goodbye, it's see you soon, because I'm sure that definitely we'll meet again, and do well, of course, for your next assignment.
Thank you.
And it's a higher one. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nancy.
For being here, and I hope you enjoyed your stay with us.
Absolutely.
Thank you also for coming on the program anytime I call upon you, and I hope that that is being of value and made your stay also memorable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you. All right, I've been speaking with Dr. Christian Ebeke, who is the IMF resident representative in Nigeria, and we've been looking at the IMF report on Nigeria. And as he leaves, we'll say, we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll move into the beautiful game of football. It's kicking off in the next few hours. More when we return. Do stay.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They pull families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces. Salute their gallantry. Stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. #Unite against terror.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
Okay, we're back, and Tony Bitoye joins me right now. He is a sports broadcaster and consultant, and we're talking about the beautiful game that will kickstart in the next few years, the FIFA World Cup 2026. Hello, my friend. Good morning, Mr. Bitoye. Welcome to the show. It's been a while.
Good morning, Nancy. So good to see you again.
Yes, fantastic. Are
And
you
of course, we're getting ready for the big one tonight.
for the big one? Are you excited, or how excited are you about it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, every genuine football lover,
Like
loves
me.
to see the World Cup. Yeah, we love to see the World Cup.
Yes.
It's the highest level of football. So everyone genuinely interested in seeing how the game has evolved in terms of tactics, in terms of team organization, what you see on the pitch, and a lot more of what you don't even see on the pitch, what you see outside of the pitch around the organization of the tournament is something that draws the attention of everybody, and you want to see it. It's a pity Nigeria is not part of it by way of course, the Super Eagles, but then it's the World Cup.
Yes.
So everybody is interested, and the attention of the world is right there on the tournament.
Will the World Cup deliver a win or an own goal for the host nations? This is the first time in World Cup history that 3 countries are hosting, if I'm not mistaken. So will they deliver a goal or own goal against those 3 nations, bearing in mind what we're seeing right now with the United States in terms of global attendance and co?
I think the World Cup will go on with the fun, with the buzz, particularly when the games begin from tonight. Little attention will, of course, now go on the other off-field issues, and a lot of more attention will be on the football and on some other stuff. So I think at the end of the day, the tournament will go on. We will enjoy the football. We will enjoy the tournament. And if you think that's a goal, I think it is. But yeah, it will go on. This is not the first time we've had a lot of issues around the World Cup before it begins. But once the tournament begins, every other issue will take the back seat, and the football will be the main focus.
But do you think that the issues that we've seen around this World Cup is more than every other World Cup?
Yeah, it's always the same. We've always had issues. You remember, when Africa hosted for the first time in 2010,
In
South
South
Africa
Africa.
2010, the media reports, the focus on crime and all of that. But once tournament started, everything just faded away.
Yeah, but this one is
The
also
same-
impacting the players coming to play, the referees. So isn't
Yeah.
it a bit different than the rest? The Somali referee has been asked to go. The Iranians, for example, will be living in Mexico or be staying in Mexico and coming to the U.S.
And be coming to play in the US and be going back
US
every day.
and be going back. And so we've not seen this level. How do you think it would
Absolutely.
impact even the morale of this World Cup? Because many people would have loved to go, but because of the strict restrictions concerning visas to the U.S., some people are not interested or they are discouraged.
I think it's even a little bit of an advantage that this World Cup is taking place in
In 3
3 countries. If you could imagine if it was only the US hosting this World Cup, you can imagine what would have happened to a lot more people not being able to, gain entry into the US. At least there are options now of being able to go to Mexico, of being able to go to Canada and enjoy some bits of the World Cup.
I was wondering why. Sorry, Mr. Bitori. I was wondering why the Somali referee was asked to go totally and perhaps not rearranged, or the team or the organization realigned for him to officiate in perhaps Mexico or Canada. I don't know, but you guys are.
I think it has to do with the procedure for refereeing.
Okay.
Usually, referees gather for final kind of training, final kind of updates in a particular place before they are dispersed to their different areas of work. And that final briefing is one of the most important briefings they would get. So his inability to be in the US for that final part of training and briefing would have impact on him and make him unavailable for subsequent redeployment to other centers for the World Cup. But it's a big setback for football, and I think it's more on FIFA. We can praise FIFA for a lot of things, but the handling of the issue of the Somali referee leaves very bitter taste in the mouth. This is easily one of the best referees you have from Africa, one of the best in the world. And you thought that the World Cup was going to be an opportunity for us to have the best in their different fields, those who are connected to the game, the footballers, the coaches, the officials, the administrators, and the referees. And for this referee to be denied that opportunity that is probably dreamt about all his life, and be denied of this opportunity leaves a very, very bitter taste in the mouth, not just of Africa, but the outcry is global. Everyone is worried that for the first time, as you said, we're seeing things of this nature. But Nancy, the world is, I don't want to say, not in a fantastic place. You see, there are a lot of other things that also impact on the world economy. What's going on in the Middle East, the battle, the fight against terror in all forms, all across the world, in every part of the world, is also, taking a bit of a shine out of the focus on football, insecurity and all of it. And Nigeria has got its own fair share of all of this. So sometimes these realities underline the fact that, yes, this is the game we all love. This is what is grabbing the attention of the world. But then there are issues sometimes that could undermine those who just want to focus on the football and enjoy the football. So I think that has played out particularly in this case. Unfortunately, the referee is a Somali, and you know what's going on with the US and Somalia and all of it. So it's really, really sad. But I felt that FIFA should have done a lot more, because this guy is a top professional in his field. Is coming to add value to the game. Is coming to participate in making the World Cup what it is. And then being denied the way it was denied is just totally unacceptable.
The $13 billion game, the beautiful game, as those of you in the sector like to call it, will really profit. Billions of eyeballs, trillions in marketing value will really profit. And I was watching CNBC this morning, just before I came into the studio. It's also tagged as the biggest gambling event this period, about $50 billion for betting. So who will profit? Will people in Nigeria also be betting against the 48 teams? Because now 32 teams to 48. So speak to me about perhaps sponsorship, advertisement, ticketing, hospitality. Where will these monies go? Then the prize money, of course, I think is also one of the highest this year. I think, is it $900 million or whatever it is? So speak to me about that.
Absolutely. Nancy, if you have an event that gathers about 6 billion people, out of how many billions are left in the world? If 6 billion people are focused on one tournament, then you can be sure that that's what grabs the attention of the entire world. So it's a simple issue that the FIFA World Cup is the biggest sports event in the world. And the fact that it takes place over a period of 1 month also strengthens this assertion that, yes, it is the biggest. And for the first time, FIFA have expanded the World Cup. We are going to be having 48 nations, and we are going to be having 104 games.
Yes.
And what that means for television is unbelievable. More revenue because there are more games to be seen, more eyeballs, and the fact that there's going to be a lot of razzmatazz around it. The broadcast arrangements alone is so complex and so overwhelming in terms of the numbers and the money involved that, we see the football. I mean, everybody sees the same football game. But then, because of the way the broadcast funds have come, we don't necessarily see the same adverts, So it is so structured in a way that the major sponsors, yes, go on and we see all of them at the same time. But there are some other sponsors that are, region-based that are also going to be major players in the broadcast of the World Cup. Apart from that, when you look at the tourism potential of the World Cup, the numbers, 48 countries, some countries are going to fly almost half of their population, to drive support and all of it. A lot of countries have excellent travelers, those who travel to support the teams. And then you look at what the numbers will turn out in, accommodation, in transportation. It's going to be a very expensive World Cup because the US, unlike other hosts in the past, are not making a lot of things free for those who are coming into the World Cup. At the last World Cup that I was part of in Russia, if you have accreditation as a media person, you were allowed to travel free where there are travel systems on train or buses. Yeah, but the Americans are not doing the same. So these are some of the issues that I've played out. But in terms of the money that you spoke about, is the highest ever. And it's to be expected. Because the game is evolving, more sponsors are coming on board. The winners of this World Cup will be going on with about $56 million. Every country that is participating is guaranteed at least about $12.5 million, if I can get that figure correctly. And for every club that has a player at the World Cup, there are thousands of dollars that come to you on a daily basis. So the longer your players stay at the World Cup, the better for you. And then, of course, you've talked about the ticketing. Some countries have sold out all their matches. A country like Portugal, for example, Nigeria played a friendly against Portugal yesterday. All the Portuguese games are sold out. And you know the reason why. The power play factor of Cristiano Ronaldo. You can be sure of the same for Lionel Messi, who plays his club football in America with Inter Miami. So these are some of the factors that have come in, to make the World Cup what it is and to get us those numbers that have made it what everybody wants to be a part of. So as an advertiser, when you are told that 6 billion eyeballs will be on a particular tournament, you do all that you can to be a part of it. And that's why the World Cup is a special one.
Nigeria did not qualify this year. I'm not happy about that, as many of us, At least there's this kind of feeling that you have that your country is represented at this highest global stage. But is there a commercial cost to that we didn't qualify? Is there a commercial cost? Of course, we are not there, so even if we didn't go through the group stage or whatever, there's some kind of money attached to at least every team that comes. But what are the lessons for us as we... You know what I just remembered now? The shenanigans around our qualification at a time. Who were we suing? Which country were we suing that they didn't,
Congo DR. Congo DR.
And we had,
that they used.
Exactly, and we had some kind of still expectations. But be as it may, we are all seated here at home, we'll be watching. So what do you say about that? What are the lessons for us? And for me, the crop of players that we have now, commercial players, commercial successes too, in their various clubs, it would have been nice to see them at the global stage too.
Yeah, spot on. I mean, this generation of players, only a few of them have had the opportunity of playing at a World Cup. In this present squad, I think Wilfred Ndidi, Alex Iwobi, perhaps. I just the only ones, if I can remember correctly, Francis Uzoho,
Yes.
the goalkeeper, are the ones that I can remember being at the World Cup. Just about 3 or 4 of them.
The former African
And this
Player of
genera-
the Year, you know.
Osimhen hasn't gone.
Osimhen, yes.
Lookman hasn't gone.
Yes, Lookman.
Yeah, a lot of them have not. Only, you know, Alex, Wilfred, and those are the senior members of the team.
Yes.
Moses Simon missed out narrowly due to injury at the last minute, and I was the media officer of the team at that time. That was 2018. But this crop of players, of course, a lot of them are beginning to feel so bad that by the time the World Cup comes again in 4 years' time, there are no guarantees that they will still be around or in tip-top shape to be a part of the World Cup. This was a unique opportunity for Nigeria. 10 African nations, and Nigeria is not one of them.
What should we do about our
it's-
football administration in just a few seconds?
I'll talk about that, but you talked about the financial implications.
Yes.
The fact that every participating nation is guaranteed at least $12.5 million is one big loss on
Yes.
its own. The biggest beneficiaries are the Football Federation and the players. So that's gone. And then the build-up. You see, the football that is 90 minutes is the least of what guarantees the excitement that you see at the World Cup. What goes on months before the World Cup begins is the major one. The build-up, the friendly games, you know, the preparation, the activation
okay,
of
Mr.
the
Bitoye,
plans.
we'll come back to that a bit. Let's take a commercial break. When we come back, then we'll anchor this discussion. Do stay.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
Okay, Mr. Bitoye, a few seconds, lessons for our football administration.
You plan to be at the World Cup. The World Cup is not anyone's birthright. You plan to be there. So that's the lesson for us. We were in a group that everybody felt would qualify maybe 3-4 games to the end, you know. But we just kept fumbling from one game to the other. And then luckily we got the lifeline, and yet we bungled that as well. So you plan to be at the World Cup, and then the best time to plan to be at the next World Cup is now. And I think with this crop of players, with the work that the new coach is doing, building a team, you know, making them very competitive, if we put our acts together and don't press the self-destruct button as we've done in the past, we should be a part of the next World Cup in 2030.
Yes. As we are not going now, which country are you rooting for? What country?
I have to find an African country. So
which one?
Let me go close to home.
Which is where? Is it Ghana or Senegal? Okay.
Let me go with Ghana, so that when we see Ghana, we have, you know, we remember ourselves.
Okay.
And remember what opportunities we've missed.
Let it be that we are supporting our brothers, whether they are small brothers or whatever. Let it not be as if, you know, that basketball that we always have with Ghanaians. I don't know which country, African country I'm supporting, but I think Ghana, Senegal. But I'm really in to see good football, you know, this year. Which country do you think is likely to win?
Let me pick five of my favorites to win the World Cup.
Okay.
I think France are good, very good.
With Mbappe. Okay.
Yeah, Spain is also very strong. Portugal, very extremely talented side.
With Ronaldo, even though we see them sometimes they don't make it to the end. But go ahead, yes.
So, but they're a good side.
Okay.
Of course, you can't rule out Argentina because they have a Messi, although Messi is on the wrong side of
they won it the last
football
time.
now.
Yes.
And then the last one, Brazil. just
Okay,
because it's
okay.
Brazil, you know.
Just because it's Brazil. My director said we have to go. You know, I'm a football fan. We can talk all day on this, so forget that I only talk about money. When it comes to football, we can sit here all day. But thank you very much, Mr. Ibitoye, for joining us on the program. Let's hope to see if we can talk some more within this tournament and see how things are panning up. So have a wonderful
Thank you for
day
the opportunity,
and
Nancy.
enjoy the next 1 month of good football. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right, just before we go, let's tell you that Nigerians who are fleeing the xenophobic attacks in South Africa have started arriving home. A plane carrying about 268 of them on board landed at the Muritala Airport in Lagos a few minutes ago. Let's give you a short clip. That's it, just there as you see on your screen. So the plane carrying the Nigerians who were evacuated has landed in Lagos, as you can see, and that plane is Air Peace plane, evacuated, of course, from the xenophobic attacks in South Africa. That's also a very worrying news. All right, that's the much we can take on today's edition of the program. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all will be sitting by later to watch the FIFA World Cup as it kicks off. Of course, I'm excited about that, at least something for the next 1 month, even though Nigeria is not there. But let's support our other African countries and any other country that you want to support. I'm just in for good football. All right. On behalf of the team here in Abuja and myself, have a fantastic day, everyone. Be the best you can be and be the change that you want to see. I am Nancy Naji, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow, June 12th, Democracy Day, 27 years of democratic rule in Nigeria. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. Bye for now.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
That huge amount of money at first. I thought it's just normal student bursary that everybody applied.
What if your child could create, innovate, and lead the future? Watch the Innovate Bootcamp. It's going to be an exciting learning experience for the family. From AI and coding, media and journalism, podcasting to recycling, smart farming technology, pottery, fun quiz competitions, and powerful social activities. We are building skills that matter. This is not just a DV Camp show. It is where curiosity meets creativity and ideas come alive. Innovate Bootcamp, shaping tomorrow's innovators today. Showing Wednesdays, 6:30 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Sundays.
Engaging program designed to inform, inspire, and challenge perspectives. The Teacher celebrates and unbundles the challenges teachers face through documentary and engaging discussions with stakeholders in the educational sector of our society. The Teacher Show. Here, meaningful conversations spark learning beyond the classroom.
If the president asked you, yes, Mr. Mikey Anashe,
yes,
I can only do one thing for teachers, what will you tell him to do?
The way the society looks at teachers, like the low class, they are not highly placed. And that makes a lot of people shy away from the profession of teaching.
We have professional teachers that are competent, but when you are not taking good care of them, what do you expect them to do? Many of them getting better opportunity, they leave the job and they move.
This is The Teacher, showing every Monday.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
According to Angel Guerria, integrity, transparency, and the fight against corruption have to be part of the culture. They have to be taught as fundamental values. The 20th century gave the rise to digital media with information at the tips of our fingers through involvement of the internet. In the fight against economic and financial crimes, many believe that the internet, especially the social media, is the platform that must be engaged. Welcome to the Eagle. My name is Aisha Muhammad.
It has come to the attention of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission that some individuals and content creators are using the name, logo, and likeness of EFCC in skits and other media content. Many of these skits misrepresent our values and standard operating procedures. We wish to inform the general public that the EFCC has not authorized any such use. The EFCC does not endorse, sponsor, or approve any comedy, drama, or online content that uses our identity without written consent. Therefore, the public is hereby advised to cease and desist from using our name, logo, uniforms, or any identifying elements in skits or promotional content without prior written approval. Be warned, all who violate these instructions shall be prosecuted.
The fight against economic and financial crimes and corruption is such that must be taken seriously by everybody, irrespective of their age, gender, religious affiliation, or social status. The need for every sector of the society to be actively involved in this fight cannot be overemphasized. And in this regard, the role of social media in advancing the fight remains critical, as it is utilized in informing, educating, mobilizing, as well as playing the watchdog against the corrupt ones. The overriding question then is, how can the social media be utilized to achieve all of this? In today's episode, we shall look at the use of social media in the fight against corruption. But first, let's bring you all the updates within happenings around the Commission from the Eagle News Desk. The Executive Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, has charged the Chairman, National Sports Commission, NSC, Shehu Dikko, on the need to observe regulatory compliance in the interest of sports development in the country. He gave the charge in Abuja as Dikko led the top management team of NSC on a courtesy visit to him at the EFCC corporate headquarters. Amaka Ekeng tells us more.
According to Olukoyede, the EFCC has had cause to investigate some of the predecessors of NSC, with some of the case files active. He further stated that the EFCC will involve the intervention of its Department of Fraud Risk Assessment and Control, FRAC, dedicated to fraud prevention in ministries, departments, and agencies in the financial undertakings of the NSC.
We are ready to work with you, ready to create a desk, that will liaise with you, so that if we work together, no matter how many expectations, we will know that we are part of this process from day one. So that will reduce this issue of creating tension within the system.
He regretted that grants, subventions, and monetary awards from international sporting organizations were mismanaged by the leaderships of NSC in the time past, and cautioned that such financial malpractices should be avoided going forward. Speaking further, he declared that the Commission looks at those grey areas that lead people into violating the financial laws of the country, and people will want to further hear that the EFCC is investigating the NSC, and therefore there must be avoided
competitiveness. Yet, questions continue to arise about whether our teachers are adequately supported, compensated, and professionally valued. Teachers' salaries in many states remain below the earning of comparable public sector professionals with similar qualifications. These statistics are not presented as criticism, but as context for constructive dialogue. Joining us via Zoom is the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State, Professor Abayomi Arigbabu. Prof, you're welcome to The Teacher.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yes, if actions speak louder than words, it is clear that Ogun State cares about education. In fact, some people have described the state as the education capital of Nigeria. From your perspective, not just as a professor, but as the incumbent Commissioner of Education of Ogun State, how is the value of teachers reflected in current state policy?
Thank you very much. I want to say that education, like you rightly mentioned, for us in Ogun State, education is given the prime of place. I would believe that this state is the education capital of Nigeria. There is no doubt about it. When you even look at our pedigree, I mean, Ogun State is part of southwest Nigeria, and southwest Nigeria was where free education started during the time of our father, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And what southwest Nigeria was to Nigeria at that time, Ogun State is to the entire Nigeria. I'll tell you that for free. This administration believes that education needs revitalization in the state, despite the fact that we say we're in the leadership position, but there is the need for us to, assess ourselves and review things. So we saw that there was need for us to revitalize education. We came up with what we call the Ogun State Education Revitalization Agenda, OCSERA for short. That OCSERA has 6 pillars, probably some maybe along the line I'll talk about it. But to quickly answer your question, the 6th pillar of OCSERA, that is the Ogun State Education Revitalization Agenda. The 1st pillar looks at curriculum. The 2nd one is on school management. The 3rd one is on technology and innovation. The 4th one is on infrastructure. The 5th one is on revenue and funding. And the 6th one is on teachers and student welfare. That 6th pillar, that is where teachers' welfare is actually given priority. That is where we show that we value teachers, and that is where we demonstrate the priorities we give to teachers in this state. We believe that no amount of infrastructure you put in place, no amount of curriculum rejigging or maybe realignment or whatever you put in place, no amount of technology initiative you put in place, they cannot succeed without competent teachers. So because of that, we actually invest a lot on teacher recruitment. This is an institution that has recruited 6,000 teachers now to fill teacher vacancies in our schools, and also to reduce the pressure on those ones that are in school presently. So, I mean, when you talk of how you value teachers, you need to put all this into consideration.
How do you balance the limitation of funds with the need for improved teacher welfare? How do you balance that? Because I'm sure nobody has, even your state, with all your desire for educational excellence, you don't have all the funds you need. How do you balance that issue with your passion, let's say, for teacher welfare? How do you do that?
No nation, no organization, no individual can say they will have all the necessary financial, wherewithal, the financial resources to actually maybe do whatever set them for themselves. So, as a state, we need to actually prioritize. There's no way you have all. You prioritize. You try to also block leakages. See areas where you can maybe use technology to leverage on whatever we want to do, and also look for partnerships. On OCSERA that I mentioned, there is a pillar there, which is revenue and funding. On that revenue and funding, which is the 5th pillar, there is an aspect of it which we call Adopt a School program. In other words, we encourage participation of individuals, of organizations, of corporate bodies. Some can adopt a school fully, or they can adopt part of the school. Okay. Apart from that, we also have parents. We are encouraged to participate. Alumni, that is the old student associations, they are also encouraged to partner with government in achieving what we have set for ourselves.
As somebody will say, money is always the main issue. But we'll take a break. We have been discussing with Professor Abayomi Arigbagu, the Honorable Commissioner of Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State. And if you have been following us so far, he has been saying a lot of things. I personally liked what he said about the Adopt a School initiative. Prof, can you expatiate about this Adopt a School initiative? Even if it sounds like charity, what possible benefits can there be for any organization? That's one. And then can somebody outside or an institution outside Ogun State adopt a school in Ogun State? Two questions in one.
Thank you very much. The Adopt a School program, it's not just something on paper. It has actually started.
Okay.
We have a group in the US, they call them BRG, that is Beyond Remittances. That group said, beyond just remitting funds home, people in diaspora, they send money home. So they call themselves BRG, Beyond Remittances. They actually adopted one of our schools, and they are working with us on the Shimawa High School in Remo. We have another school in Ijebu, in Agowe. They call it Omo Edumare Primary School, Model Primary School is there, and a number of others. So we encourage people to do that. You can adopt a whole school. In other words, you partner with us and you just write a letter, tell us the intention. Let's see the framework of what you want to do. We fine-tune it together. And like in the case of Omo Edumare, if you enter that school, you think you have just entered a primary school, maybe in the United States or maybe Europe. So, I mean, that's in Ijebu, in Agowe for that matter. So if you go to Shimawa, the adoption is in form of intervention at the level of teaching and learning, partnering with us in ensuring that those learners are supported through extra coaching class. They buy bags for them, they buy books for them, they even arrange some private teachers for them. They give them summer coaching. At the time, they try to introduce a bit of technology, partnering with us with what government is doing in that school. And the intention is to measure the impact of all this maybe in another 1 year or so. So, you see, individuals can come in through that form and actually take over, the entire school in terms of physical structure, everything. Government will still continue to pay the teachers because that's actually is an heavy budget.
Now, with the current economic realities impacting not just teachers, but virtually everybody knows what is going on. Don't you think, or do you think it is time for maybe some salary review or some special welfare package for teachers, or are you already doing that?
Nobody, for me, I would say anybody who has the interest of this country at heart would clamor for special remuneration for teachers. I'm saying this with all sense of responsibility. At times, people tend to say that teachers are not well paid, that their counterparts in the ministries, their counterparts in other sectors. Apart from the private sector, if you work in the public sector, it's not as if their counterparts will be earning more than them. If somebody is on level 8, they're getting your level 8. But if you are talking of other things, maybe people who are in the office have access to people coming around to give them gifts and so on. But of course, people do give teachers gifts also. But talking in terms of their remuneration, I strongly believe that there is the need for teachers to be better remunerated. In other words, if I have my way, if somebody finishes as a degree holder in education, you have BSc, honors education degree, and you have to teach. If other counterparts on level 8. Teachers should start from level 10. That will make teaching attractive to very good graduates.
Yeah.
Very good graduates. I mean, if somebody finishes from the university, if you ask them, even when I go around, I get to schools, I maybe talk to them and I say, how many of you want to be engineers? You see many of raising up their hand. How many want to be doctors? How many want to be lawyers? And so on. How many want to be teachers? At times you don't see anybody. At times you just want to. Let me tell you, one of the areas we need to address to make sure that teaching profession is given the right pride of place and that teachers will continue to do their best is to, well, professionalizing of education, I mean, teaching is one hand. Continuous development of for teachers is also important. But the status and recognition of teachers is very important. You know, we need to give them that status that is probably higher than what their contemporaries in other professions will have. Because there is no profession without a teacher. If you are a lawyer, you need a teacher to teach you. So I say that if I have my way, I will give teachers better salary than any other profession. Because whether you like it or not, every profession will need a teacher.
True.
For the profession to continue. If you are a lawyer, a good lawyer, you need to produce another good lawyer for us to continue to have good lawyers. And to produce another lawyer, you need a teacher to teach law. If it's engineering, there should be a teacher of engineering to teach engineering. Medicine, you need somebody to teach that medicine. So when that person stands in front, it might be a medical doctor, but when you stand in front of people and you are teaching them, you are a teacher. So anybody that is involved in teaching, in other words, teaching from the elementary level, most elementary level, to the university level, should be given a pride of place.
True.
And then the only way you can make teaching attractive and you can make teachers satisfied and be happy to do the work is to give them something that can enhance their status and also something that will make them better recognized in the society. In those days, the recognition given to teachers, the status given to teachers, people would say that children should go and live with teachers because teachers were well respected.
Now that we are discussing about this, Prof,
your ability to pay for what you buy, your ability to be able to dip your hand in your pocket and do the needful if there is something within the family.
Now that we are discussing these welfare issues, what progress has your state made, Ogun State, in the full implementation?
Well, as a state,
in the full implementation of TSS.
Education is on concurrent legislative list. Yeah. And when we say it's on concurrent legislative list, what it means is that federal government makes laws on education, state governments also make laws. But there are things that are actually the preserve of the federal government. But when we talk of curriculum, for instance, curriculum it's the same curriculum we are using. And some other things are actually in the purview of various states to improve the standard of education. So for us, apart from making sure we pay them promptly, we are not paying less than whatever any state is paying to teachers in this country. Then also, we have reward system for our teachers. If you monitor the news, about 3 weeks ago, or probably a month ago, the best teacher in Nigeria that was that got award during teachers conference in Abuja, which was actually presented by the First Lady. The best teacher in Nigeria came from Ogun State.
Wow! Congratulations,
teachers. Francis Sri Lanka. It was given 80 million naira, 30 million for being the best teacher in Southwest, and 50 million for being the best teacher in Nigeria.
Wow.
And Governor Zulu, that was present at that occasion, gave him a brand new Toyota Corolla. The car has been delivered. Our governor gave him a 2-bedroom bungalow. That same teacher has already emerged in our state as the best teacher in Ogun State during what we call the Dapo Abiodun Teachers Award. We do that every year. It's one of the things we put in place to encourage our teachers. We have a number of awards and programs to encourage our teachers beyond their salary. So those are the things we put in place because salary is important, but we put other things in place. Also, don't forget, I talked about the digital initiatives that we have, which has reduced the burden on the teachers. For instance, when they finish marking, they just upload their scores, and the system will actually do every other thing for them. Students can have their results through the electronic dossier. We don't print report sheet. There is no paper report sheet in Ogun State since about 5 years ago. So students go online and get their results, and teachers and the parents can see the results of their learners from anywhere in the world. So, like I tell people, the era of Yamupas and Olujeka Academy has gone forever in Ogun State since more than 5 years ago. So, because if a student, if you fail, you cannot deceive your parents. They can go online and check this result, and they monitor your progress. So our teachers have also been empowered to training regularly to make sure that they are happy with what they are doing. We have lessened what they do also by giving them an artificial intelligence powered platform for them to deliver teaching and learning.
Okay, so now, what do you think teachers should be involved in curriculum discussion when curriculums are being designed, and then when educational reform is being discussed? Should teachers be part and parcel of such discussions?
Exactly. Teachers should be involved. Teachers, we should use what we call the bottoms-up approach. A situation whereby those who are in the coalface, the teachers are the ones in the coalface. They are the ones in the classroom. They are the ones that teach every day. They see these students, they relate with these students. Yes, you start with them and then take it up to another level, and then to another level. You bring in experts to work with them so that when you are bringing out the curriculum, it will be something that is based on realities. It will be something that is based on their own experiences, which they will have expressed. We cannot leave everything in their hands. I mean, there are people who are also maybe professors in this field who have done a lot of research. But we need to match practice and research. You know, the reality and research. At times, you do research, certain things are happening. If you don't even interact with the people in the coalface, you'll probably not be able to give the appropriate remedy to whatever situation you have found. So there should be a synergy where everybody in the education sector is involved. Teachers in the classroom, administrators, because when you even talk about teaching us, there are things that have to do with the administration, not necessarily what goes on in the classroom itself. So administration, maybe researchers, professors in the universities and research institutes, and all these bodies like the Nigeria Education Research and Development Council, and then various other bodies that can actually put in one thing or the other to improve whatever we have, what we put in place.
Yes, Mr. Honorable Commissioner, I must confess to you that I am impressed with the things you are doing in Ogun State for teachers. So would you describe Ogun State teachers as happy and as prestigious? They feel prestigious teaching. Would you describe them as such? Even though generally we see teachers as a low-level career. What do you think about Ogun State teachers?
Well, though I missed some parts of the question, but I think what you asked was that will I say our teachers are happy?
Yes.
Yes, I will tell you that Ogun State teachers are happy. You will see that the type of crisis some states face with their schools, with their teachers, we don't have that type of crisis here. You hardly find our teachers going on strike. You hardly find workers generally in Ogun State. It has been very, very peaceful and harmonious. Because of all these things we have put in place, particularly, everything is not money at hand. You also have in place things that look at their welfare, that take care of their welfare. We talk about continuous training and retraining for them. We talk about things that make their workload less. There are only a few states in Nigeria as we speak that have either employed or are employing teachers. When you employ more teachers, you are easing the burden on those who are in school.
True.
If I'm a teacher in school and I'm teaching 40 periods in a week, if you employ another teacher to teach the same subject, then it will now be 20-20. So when you give me 20 hours instead of the 40 hours I was taking before, you have not given money directly, but you have actually given money indirectly, because you have lessened my load, and that will go on to affect my welfare, my health. I will spend less on maybe trying to maintain my health. You see, also the training and retraining we do for them when you train a teacher, the training you give to him, if the teacher is leaving your school, you are not going to scrape it off his head. It's for him. I mean, those who have learned things that has to do with technology, with artificial intelligence, with maybe all these modern tools of teaching, we train them on what we call the PSI, that is Progressive Mathematics Initiative, Progressive Science Initiative, which was actually delivered by the NJCTL, New Jersey Center for Teaching and Learning. It was a big project through which we train our teachers. Those who have participated in it, they are so happy, and we are now doing what we call cascade. They are training. I mean, those ones were the trainers. They are now doing training of those who have done training of the trainers. Those ones are now training their colleagues. Yes. So that thing is actually percolating, and because of that, our teachers are actually happy because they go for meetings, they go for conferences, they meet themselves, they compare notes, and you see that the state is not doing badly at all.
30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to just send a message to teachers out there.
Yes, I want to say that teachers should see themselves as the most important segment of this society, even if they are not valued now. I want them to look beyond whatever is happening presently. Because if you talk about a country and you say the government is probably not doing well or is doing well and so on, it is because we have people who are managing that position who are doing well or not doing well. So which means the teachers are the ones that will produce those who will be in government. So there is no country that can rise beyond the quality of its teachers. And that's why I say Nigeria as a country should invest on its teachers so that we can actually have the right type of people to man this country and fix this country.
Congratulations to Teacher Francis, who won 80 million and a car and all of that. Thank you to Professor Abayomi for his insights. In fact, we found it very, very useful. And I'm sure you enjoyed it too. Education is not solely about infrastructure or curriculum. It is also about people. Teachers remain the most important in-school factor influencing student achievement. Supporting them is not an expense, it is an investment. Constructive dialogue, sustainable policy, and measurable commitments will determine how effectively we reposition the teaching profession for the future. To every teacher watching, your contribution is seen, and it matters deeply. Thank you to our guests, and thank you for watching The Teacher. I am Joe Dauda.
There is no greater job as being a mother than any other job on earth.
The woman is the mother of the murderer. The woman is also the mother of the peacemaker.
They must learn to say no to evil.
Be involved in raising your children.
I'm so concerned that a lot of the children, our children in Nigeria, do not have access to good quality education. Their parents simply cannot afford it.
Good parenting is vital to nation building.
A woman is able to program a child to be who he should be.
Actually have to make an effort at home. It all begins at home.
There's this popular saying, monkey see, monkey do.
Parents make one child seem more important than the other.
Just because your mother was a drug addict or trafficked or on the streets or whatever, that does not shape who you are.
I want you to always remember that you are stronger than you know.
it is important for a woman to critically look at your environment, at your situation, and see what you can do to add value to yourself and add value to your family.
Don't be a victim. Be the player that wins.
I know that the first thing that comes to mind when your child brings his spouse home or his girlfriend or his boyfriend home is, where is he from? But there's something that my mother also taught me that I've brought home to my children. There's no tribe that is intrinsically bad. I don't care where my children bring a husband or a wife from. The important thing is that man or that woman, will he or she be a good husband or wife to my child? The only reason why I would say no is based on behavior, attitude. I will not say no based on tribe, race, or whatever. Bring your husband, bring your wife from anywhere. Just make sure you're both going in the same direction and he's good for you or she's good for you, and a husband that will let you fly as a woman, and achieve your purpose in life, why you exist, why you are born in life. So for mothers out there, except if there's something that's to hide, please recall that that person that is coming into your home is also coming from a home. It's born by a mother out there also. Nobody is bad. You, by the way you treat them, can make them bad. You can make them, go wrong for your child. I've seen many parents that have destroyed the homes of their children because of their own bias. It wasn't easy really when they were younger. And first of all, one policy that I've had, is that I must work. And then because I work, I also buy convenience. Something that I learned very early in life is to buy convenience. Before we had the poundo yam thing, we had yam pounder. I never had mortar in my house, never. Even when I was going to my husband's house, they didn't give me mortar because I never knew how to pound. I bought myself a pounding machine. And so, buy convenience any day, and it's easier to depend on purchase convenience, than to make the sacrifices that you will regret in future. So one way to juggle all the balls in the air is to buy convenience. Those things that you can outsource them quickly. Corporate mothers, can teach all this. They've been outsourcing things before the whole idea of outsourcing at the corporate level came up. Outsource. When my children were growing up and I used to be a banker, Morocco market here, that Morocco, Sandfield, all those areas were places that I frequented. I ground my pepper. I virtually almost cooked even in the market. I ground pepper in the market. I washed my vegetables in the market. I did everything. Even there was a time I went to Kenya and I saw that you could even fry your fish in the market. I was telling, I asked one of the vendors in the market, the women that sell, I said, can't you even be frying this fish so that we can just buy fried fish and then take it home and cook? So Those things, you know, in Kenya, they will wash the fish, gut it, everything, they scale it, you know, rinse it, you know, salt it, season it, and fry it for you. So you just buy fried, you buy the fish, they do all of that, they fry it, you take it home, you know, and you're ready to, your soup is almost ready. One of my daughters, her business now is parboiled ingredients, you know, so she buys the tomatoes, pepper, onions, she puts it together, blends it, parboils it, and she's selling to. I said, because these are some of the challenges I faced when you people were growing up. So, and I know that those challenges don't go away. They are recycled. So that's a business for you to do. Parboil this thing, and, you know, so that busy corporate mothers, they can make fast, nutritious meals. Within 30 minutes, you're home, your food is ready, it's on the table. You know, instead of you get home, then that's when you're cooking your meat, that's when you're boiling your pepper. It takes at least 30-40 minutes for the pepper to, you know, to boil and turn to stew before you start to, no, you don't need all of that time. Somebody has already done that. You just pick it up in a plastic bowl, put it in there, and then, you know, and so those are some of the things. So you buy convenience for goodness sake. Outsource the things you can't out. That's why it's important for you to have your own money. Oh, one lesson I learned from my mother. She said, have your own money, oh. Have your own money. And she said to me then, before I used to dispute it, but let me tell you now, and I'm speaking to mothers, young mothers, your work is your husband, your first husband. She used to say so. Your work is your first husband. If you have that money in your pocket, your own money, it answers a lot of calls. I can tell you that. Don't say I taught you something bad, but my mother taught me that. She said, your work is your first husband. And let me tell you, that first husband, he allows the second one to respect you a lot. He allows the second one to give you, to let you fly. But if you don't have that first husband, my mother used to say, you will cry, no, you will not see tears to cry again.
Exceptional mom, shape the future. Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Many women who have dreams that have either been derailed, or they are stuck somewhere, or they are stunted, or, you know, lost dreams, is because they made decisions or sacrifices that, you know, wrong sacrifices. They made the wrong sacrifice. That's why I advise young women, especially for your family, don't make decisions that's from your emotional brain. Make decisions from your head. I've seen too many women die bitter because of lost, discarded dreams. And so, in the evening of their lives, they start to, you know, that's why they say, oh, when midlife crisis sets in, you know, everything just goes upsy-turvy. That's because there are so many dreams that were lost, so many dreams that were abandoned. And many of these dreams are from women that has so much deposited inside of them. Let me tell you, you know, when I turned 40, I was a banker. And I was earning salary in 6 good figures. But I turned 40 that morning, and it was the saddest day of my life. And I asked myself, if I die today, who will remember me? Now, people will say, because when I asked that question, when people came to celebrate with me and they found me crying or moaning or sad or something, and they felt, in fact, everyone felt, why? Something is very wrong, there's no pleasing you or anything else. And I just said to myself, what have I done with my life? I'm 40 years old. And they said, when you have children, your children will remember you, where you are buried or whatever if you die today. I say, excuse me? I don't even know where my great-grandmother is buried. I asked so many people, do you know where your great-grandmother is buried? So that's not the legacy. Children are not legacies. I'm sorry. Because we will all die and go away one day. A legacy is something that lives after you. In fact, I didn't even know that was what I wanted then. But I just knew that I had not made my mark. There was nothing. So if somebody called Marvin Sibo 20 years from today, 30 years, 50 years, would they not say who? Who? There have been more famous people. But when they are gone, they are gone. So don't make decisions from your emotional brain. I decided at 40 to chart my path. I wanted my footprints in the sands of time. And many people said, oh, your children are still in school, or whatever. When will they not be in school? When will they not need one thing or the other? When will the demands ever end? They never end. You never stop being a parent. You never stop being a mother. It doesn't matter how independent your children are. You still have to have an input one time or the other. Ask me, I will tell you, because I already have all grown-up children, married even. But, so you must stay and put all the cards on the table and make an intelligence from your head, from your brain parts, not from the emotional part of your brain. Make an intelligent, constructive decision and determine the level of sacrifice you want to make. And I'm telling you this because at 40, many people will say, oh, it's a bit late, oh, it's too late. It's never too late to go back to your dream, never too late. I'm 60 today, but I still have dreams. I still have worlds I want to conquer. There's never a time. As long as there's still breath and you're strong, you're hale and hearty, well, never stop pursuing your dreams. I know a 74-year-old woman who went to learn how, computer solving and all of that, internet, and she's celebrated everywhere today. There's no time that is too late. So if you have an abandoned dream and you are moaning and groaning and beefing and making life difficult for everyone around you because of the sacrifice that you have made and nobody is recognizing it, nobody is appreciating you for it, it is not too late for you to take up that dream again. It's not too late. No dream is abandoned. It's only abandoned when you get into your grave. No dream is abandoned. You are looking at me right now. I want you to know that you can still take up that dream. Don't call it abandoned, maybe postponed, maybe delayed, but you're getting back onto it. At 40, I thought to myself, I needed to do something. I've had this inside of me. My mother put it inside of me. No poise. I didn't even have a name for it then. I just knew personality, elegance, finesse, and all of those things. I said, I can turn it into a business. Turn your passion into a business. Turn your dream into profits, into income, into turnover, into revenue. It's possible. It's very, very possible. And it is never too late. And you're not too old. And if it is that you don't have the type of education that is necessary, go back to school. I know someone who went back to school and got a degree at 65. Go back to school. It's not too late to do anything that you have in mind to do. If you made those sacrifices before, don't swallow, in self-pity, regretting and making life unbearable for everyone around you. Gather your wits around you. Take up the mantle and forge forward.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Every mom's vision board. Raise children that will be better than you, a better replica, a better person than you. Not only bigger in terms of economic ability and capacity, no, but bigger and better in terms of personality, in terms of exposure, in terms of behavior, attitude, everything. So if you are here, you should aim to raise children that are bigger than you to this level. And so for me, it's for you to build on the type of upbringing that took you to that level, not to water it down some more. And that's what many parents are doing now. We are sacrificing upbringing. We are introducing children to things that are way beyond them in order to pacify them, to make them feel that you're taking care of them. There is no replacement for upbringing. There is no substitute for upbringing. Even at 60, 70, a person can still be told you lack home training. And we are beginning to see more and more of those species of people who lack home training even in their mid-years, in their middle age and in their latter years. They lack home training. They lack common sense because we are bringing up those level of children. So your vision board should be to bring up children who are better than you. That means you use the upbringing that you received as a springboard and build on it. Money does not answer all things in home training. Money demolishes. Money waters down upbringing. There's something I couched and I said, because the because I can mentality, the because I can attitude. Because I can afford it, because I can, because, so if my child is saying, what am I going to do this holiday? Oh my goodness, so buy them a bigger television, put DSTV, because I can afford it. My child needs, buy him a more sophisticated tab, buy him a more sophisticated phone, buy him all the fine gadgets in the house, because I can. But because I can is destroying a lot of things. So a child breaks like 2, 3 glasses, drinking glasses a day, and you say, okay, it's all right, we know how much is it. It's not because they are not affordable, but it's the lesson to learn. The lesson to learn. it's not acceptable to be careless. It's not acceptable not to use your initiative. It's not acceptable to. Yesterday, I sent a young man that is holidaying with us. I said, oh, take this 200 naira, go and give so and so the security man to buy super glue for me. He came back, a few minutes later and said, oh, I can't find the security man. So I sat him down and I said, does that solve my problem? What result am I expecting you to come back with? I'm expecting super glue. So you can't find the security man. Ask your brother, your friend, two of you go walk down the road, buy super glue, just bring me results. But we are bringing up children who are not using their brains. They are not using their initiative. They are not asking questions. They are not, they are not gunning for results. They are only just demanding and demanding and demanding. And because their demands, it's easier to meet demands than to spend time to train up a child. We are bringing up children who are going nowhere. And that's why we can easily say of a 50-year-old, you have no manners. And that's an insult that doesn't only affect the 50-year-old, affects the his parents that maybe are long dead. Your vision board should be to bring up a child that is better than you. Who you are today, what you are today, let your children be twice that. And how can you ensure that? Except you build on what made you who you are, so that you can give your children something better. Giving them something better doesn't mean meeting all their demands. Giving them everything. Bring up a child that will not send you to an early grave. Something came up. We were at a meeting and a young, one of our management executive, he wanted us to he was asking for a budget to hack, to get somebody who will hack into someone's database and get some information, that we desperately needed. I'm not an IT guru. I'm not too savvy when it comes to, so I was wondering, oh, okay, but what exactly, when you say hack, what does that mean? So the man, he will help us to get it, he knows, they know how they do it. I say, no, explain to me. So he explained that, then they, so I think the IT person there say, that is like breaking into the man's database, he has put security, so you can, but it means somebody has the knowledge to break into it. And I said, no, we're not going to do that. Do you know, rather than doing that, we shut down that. It was a new idea that we wanted to run with, a new to diversify a bit. We said, let's diversify our portfolio. And because of that, we shut down and we didn't run with it. And you know what my daughter said to me? I was waiting to see whether all the things you said at home. She was married and gone, and she said to me, I was waiting to see whether all the things you said at home, because of
miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Thanks for joining us on the AIT Report. I am Olamide Aruyo. Welcome. A plane conveying the first batch of 262 Nigerians evacuated from South Africa following xenophobic tension landed in Muritala Mohammed Airport, Lagos, about 90 minutes ago. And joining me here in the studio is AIT diplomatic editor Shola Jaisimi, I beg your pardon, and is going to put context to all this situation. Nigerians evacuated from South Africa and now in Lagos State. Shola, thanks for joining me on the air.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
So first, help us understand exactly what triggered this whole situation, the latest tension, and how the situation escalated to Nigerians being evacuated from South Africa.
First of all, I'll say it's good news that the first batch of Nigerians, 262 of them, have now arrived home. They are there in Lagos, and those pictures that we shared, sent by our colleague Obi Naume, who is right there at where all this is happening. It's at the NACO shed, at the edge of the tarmac, if you're used to the Lagos airport. And Obina has said all the formalities are on now with regards to documentation, processing, so that these Nigerians, who not a few have gone through a lot, you saw them being spoken to in that clip by the new Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Shola Enikan-Olaye, encouraging them. And Abike Dabiri, the chair of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, is also there. So some will say better late than never, and that's what we're seeing, that Nigerians are having a feel of their government, responding to them at this particular time. So going into the other aspect of the diplomatic issues, I would say that Nigeria has tried to be very calm with South Africa on this issue. The Nigerian president, Bola Tinubu, I won't say read the riot act to his colleague, but told Cyril Ramaphosa that you need to protect my people who are in your country, be they illegal migrants, be they legit people, because what we're seeing is a case of South Africans not taking full control of what is happening in their country. But our people are back, we're happy. The first batch, I'm told that over 4,000 Nigerians indicated interest to return home.
Africa. Okay, you just said how many batches are we still expecting? Like within the week, are we still expecting more of them, or till when?
Well, the good news is that this flight was supposed to have landed at 5 a.m. Nigerian time, but about 10:30 it came. better late than never.
Yeah.
We expect about 3 more flights because about 800 were actually screened and cleared to be airlifted by the Nigerian government at no charge at all to any of the Nigerian citizens. So we expect a couple of more flights. Air Peace has been, doing some of this for Nigeria for some time. The federal government asked the same private airline, do this for us again. But from what I gathered, Nigeria Airline will be, the Nigerian authorities will be paying Air Peace for its services this time around.
Okay,
so a couple of more flights.
Okay, Shola, from a diplomatic stand of view, how will you assess the response? You've spoken about President Bola Tinubu, but that of South African President Ramaphosa. Did he respond in a very good manner? Because he talked about it, against it, but we didn't see any more than that.
When this broke out at the end of April, President Ramaphosa said, look, all of this should stop.
Yeah.
All of this should stop. What's happening? One of the ministers in his cabinet, is regarded as the Minister for Cabinet Affairs, also put out a statement. But that statement that minister put out said all the new pictures that you're seeing are old pictures, visuals, and footage of what's happening. But that may not be entirely correct. The good news is this. President Ramaphosa on Monday addressed the nation again on this issue. And the president of South Africa said, we will tighten our immigration rules. We will ensure that all those who are responsible for all these, you can have them on your screen there, mob attacks, closure of people's shops, that you will be arrested, you will be dealt with. So those are the words coming from the South African president. Whether we see action is another thing. The 30th of June deadline put out by some activists is still all over South Africa. And those people have said, we will chase out everybody who is not supposed to be in our country.
All right, a lot of people have called for sanctions against South Africa, South Africans probably living in Nigeria. What is your opinion about this? Do you think the government, Nigerian government, should respond in that manner? Diplomatic sanctions or just diplomatic talk between the two countries?
Well, the Nigerian government has said that South Africa is a close ally to us. Let's not forget, about 3 weeks ago, the senators and the members of the House of Representatives of this country called for economic sanctions.
Yeah.
Hostile takeover of some South African businesses. But the Nigerian government, the executive arm, has said, look, we are looking at all of these issues. So it's a case of a soft diplomacy, but at whose expense? Is it at the expense of the Nigerians who are in South Africa? We're told, but not a few Nigerians who are in South Africa, their children have not been going to school since this broke out because of harassment and bullying. So it's a serious one. So diaspora matters must be put at the level where it ought to be in the president's 4D foreign policy cardinal objective: demography, democracy, development, and diaspora. This should come at the top at this time.
All right, Shola Jason, before I let you go, you mentioned bullying in school. What should the government in South Africa actually do to stop this? Because this is not the first time Nigerians in South Africa are going through this harrowing pain. And you could hail them from that video saying, thank you for rescuing us. God will rescue you just the way you rescued us. You could just imagine what they went through. What can the South African president or government do to stop this?
It's to, like President Ramaphosa has done. He's read the Riot Act to those who are doing all of this. It's now left for the enforcement agencies, the National Prosecution Authority in South Africa, the South African police, to apprehend as many as they ought to apprehend who have been disturbing foreign nationals. And also, if there are Nigerians who are not doing things that are proper in South Africa, they need to stop that. Okay. While those who don't have proper papers, you either get regularized or you leave the South African country for that.
Yeah, that's another perspective you just brought to the discussion. EIT diplomatic editor Shola Jayesimi, thank you for sharing your insights on this developing story.
Thanks.
And now move on to other stories. The Federal Republic of Nigeria and Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia have signed a transfer of sentenced persons agreement. Both countries agreed to begin immediate implementation in line with their respective laws and international obligations. This was disclosed on Thursday in a statement by Magnus Eze, Special Assistant to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Communications and New Media. The agreement was facilitated by Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, the Ethiopia's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gideon Timotheus, at the signing ceremony held at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Addis Ababa. Nigeria's Attorney General, Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi, signed on behalf of Nigeria. Ethiopian Minister of Justice Hannah Araya Selassie signed for her country.
Witnesses included Nigeria's ambassador to Ethiopia and permanent representative to the African Union, Nasir Aminu, representatives of the Nigeria Correctional Service, and the Commissioner General of the Ethiopian Federal Prison Commission. Convening President Bola Tinubu's appreciation, Ambassador Odumegu Ojukwu-Bianka said the agreement is rooted in humanity, justice, and international cooperation. Under the framework, sentenced nationals of either country may be transferred home to serve the remainder of their sentences subject to agreed conditions and applicable laws. She noted that family, language, and cultural and social support systems are vital to rehabilitation and reintegration, and that correctional systems should punish wrongdoing while providing opportunities for reformation. Ethiopia's Foreign Affairs Minister Gideon Timotheou said the agreement builds on over 6 decades of cordial bilateral relations and called for continued coordination on common issues and interests. And ahead of Nigeria's June 12 Democracy Day, civil society leaders have called for urgent reforms to strengthen democratic institutions and improve governance in the country. The call is coming under the auspices of the Movement of Democratic Renewal for promoting accountability and restoring public confidence in democratic processes. Co-convener of the movement, Benga Hashim, said the initiative was established to defend democracy, strengthen institutions, and ensure governance remains responsive to the needs of ordinary Nigerians.
It's a journey that we have always had since the struggle for independence of this country. For democracy to have meaning, for our democracy to defend the right of our people, for our democracy to be able to deliver on very basic responsibilities.
Well, apologies for that audio. The movement also called for stronger collaboration between organized labor, civil society, and progressive political forces. They stressed the historic role of labor unions in Nigeria's democratic struggles. They also expressed optimism that the initiative will enhance democratic accountability and foster a more inclusive, secure, and prosperous Nigeria. Presidency has disowned the purported appointment of one Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi under the auspices of an organization identified as the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, describing the claim as false and misleading. In a statement issued on Thursday by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, the government said it had become aware that Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi was presenting himself to members of the public as having been appointed by the office of the Chief of Staff. According to the statement, Gbajabiamila clarified that no such office exists under the administration of Bola Tinubu and that no appointment has been made in connection with any organization bearing the name. The statement urged members of the public to disregard any representation suggesting the existence of the so-called Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council or any appointments linked to it. It also advised foreign and diplomatic missions, financial and multilateral institutions, development organizations, security agencies, and other stakeholders to take note of the disclaimer and exercise caution in their dealings. The Nigeria Police Force has launched a violent crime response unit to tackle terrorism, kidnapping, armed robbery, violent attacks in Kogi State. The Kogi State Commissioner of Police, Naziru Kankarofi, said the unit was established as part of efforts to strengthen operational effectiveness and improve public safety across the state.
Addressing the officers during the inauguration ceremony in Lokoja, the Kogi State Commissioner of Police, Naziru Kankarofi, described the Violent Crime Response Unit as a specialized tactical formation designed to respond promptly to violent incidents through intelligent-led operations.
Security environment in recent time has continued to present evolving and complex challenges, particularly armed banditry, kidnapping, highway attacks, and other violent crimes. These threats require a responsive, intelligence-driven, and coordinated operational structure capable of swift operation and intervention.
Government officials and security stakeholders present at the event urged members of the unit to justify the confidence reposed in them by demonstrating courage, discipline, integrity, and respect for the rule of law.
I am confident that with the training, dedication, and professionalism of the men and women of this unit, we will record greater success in the prevention, detection, and response to violent crime across our communities.
The people selected to work in this department, to work in synergy with other security agencies, and to obey commands.
The Nigerian Police Force said the new Violent Crime Response Unit in Kogi State is specially selected, trained, and equipped to confront the evolving security threats facing the state. Chehumba Akaya, AIT News, Lokoja.
And the Department of State Services, DSS, backed by troops of the 82 Division of the Nigerian Army on Wednesday, foiled plans by members of the outlawed Eastern Security Network to attack several security checkpoints, kidnap women, students, and children across the southeast states. A security source disclosed to AIT News that, acting on intelligence acquired by the DSS, 2 ESN field commanders coordinating the planned attacks were apprehended on Monday in Gariki, Enugu State. The source further revealed that, based on the lead supplied by the NAB ESN commanders, DSS sought the backing of troops from 82 Division and executed a covert operation. The operation led to the raids by DSS officers and soldiers on Tuesday and Wednesday on an ESN armory in the Agbani axis of Enugu State. The raids, disclosed the source, led to the recovery of a cache of high-caliber arms, namely a rocket launcher, 2 RPG warheads, 3 RPG charges, and 11 AK-47 rifles, 18 AK-47 magazines, 1,071 rounds of 7.62 millimeter special ammunition, 2 handheld grenades, 1 tear gas, a baton, and 2 tear gas canisters were recovered. The raids also led to the recovery of 1 smoke grenade launcher, 2 tear gas canister, 10 NYSC trousers, 8 NYSC T-shirts, and 4 NYSC lanyards. The source disclosed that intelligence revealed that ESN members were to have used the NYSC uniforms as a cover to launch the attacks. Intelligence gathered from the arrested ESN field commanders, according to another source, revealed that members of the terrorist organization were to have launched massive attacks across the southeast states, kidnapped women, students, and children, spread fear, and create the impression that the region has been overtaken by insecurity. The Enugu recoveries came barely a week after DSS operatives arrested 5 suspected armed couriers linked to the gunmen who abducted students and staff of St. Mary Catholic School in Papiri Village, Niger State. Another State Police Command says it has intensified stakeholder engagement across the state as part of ongoing efforts to strengthen security, improve emergency preparedness, and address emerging threats in communities. A statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, Edo State Command, Eno Ikoedem, noted that the Commissioner of Police, CP Monday Agbonika, used the opportunity of a recent statewide security operation to engage community leaders, religious organizations, school administrators, humanitarian workers, and other critical stakeholders on prevailing security concerns. The command said the recommendations were made to improve access control measures, surveillance coverage, emergency preparedness, and response capabilities in vulnerable locations. Eno Ikoedem further disclosed that the Commissioner of Police visited the Sunday Camp Axis in Ovia Northeast local government area following reports alleging that members of the host community were killed during the nocturnal operation. According to the statement, assessments carried out at the location revealed that the reports were false and misleading. The police spokesperson revealed that the visit also provided an opportunity for constructive dialogue with community representatives and other stakeholders on ways to sustain peace and strengthen security in the area. The statement further explained that the engagement, which formed part of a far-reaching statewide forest clearance and security operation conducted between 30th of May and 5th June 2026, covered major forest corridors in Edo Central and Interior districts, including Biaja, Ezia, and Uromi forests, as well as strategic routes along the Benin-Lagos and Benin-Akure expressways. And still in Edo State, state government has ordered the immediate and temporary closure of some selected schools in Akoko Edo local government area following the credible security threat. Governor Okpebholo approved the directive as a precautionary measures to protect students and staff from potential attacks. AIT's Uyoze in Narume has more on the report.
The Department of State Services issued a high alert warning to security formations across Edo State. A clarified memo dated June 5, 2026, intercepted plans by suspected bandits targeting schools in Edo North Senatorial Districts for mass adoptions. Acting swiftly on the intelligence, Governor Monday Okpebholo ordered the immediate shutdown of vulnerable institutions. Public Security and Safety Commissioner Festus Ibia confirmed that forces are working non-stop to neutralize the threat.
Police, military, civil defense, DSS, a lot is being done to ensure that Edo State is made safe.
The affected institutions are Ososo Grammar School, Ososo Comprehensive High School, and Makeke Secondary School. All standard academic activities in these locations remain suspended until further notice. However, the shutdown will not disrupt final exams. Students sitting for the West African Senior School Certificate Examination will still access their halls under heavy, coordinated security escorts. Meanwhile, the government is urging residents to remain calm but vigilant while security agencies secure the area. Ohioze Inarume, AIT News, Benin.
Meanwhile, the Edo State government has refuted allegations that Governor Monday Okpebholo's administration is concentrating major infrastructure projects in his hometown of Udomi, Uria in Edo Central Senatorial District. Speaking during a joint press briefing in Benin City, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Kasim Afegbua, described the claims as unfounded and misleading. He maintained that the administration has distributed development projects fairly across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. He emphasized that project execution is guided by the needs of the people and not by political or personal interest.
The joint briefing attended by the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Kasim Afegbua, Commissioner for Transport, Saturday Uwelekwe, and Commissioner for Public Security and Safety, Festus Ibia, was aimed at updating the public on the achievements recorded by their respective ministries and clarifying issues surrounding government policies and projects. Addressing reports that the state government has concentrated a large number of projects in Governor Okpebholo's hometown of Udomi in Esan Central Local Government Area, Afegbua dismissed the allegations, insisting that projects are spread across all parts of the state based on priority needs.
We are doing and we have done projects that runs into several billions in other senatorial districts. Edo North, Edo Central, Edo South. But those who want to play politics or pull him down will naturally want to dig and pick holes in all of these issues, draw up petty sentiments.
The Commissioners for Transport and Public Security and Safety, Saturday Uwelekwe and Festus Ibia, also highlighted achievements recorded in their ministries, particularly in the areas of transportation, public safety, and initiatives aimed at improving the welfare of Edo residents.
The Ministry of Transportation, Edo State, remains committed to implementing policies and programs that will ensure safety, security, efficiency.
Ohioze Inarume, AIT News, Benin.
The federal government is intensifying collaboration with state executives and key stakeholders to build a scalable and sustainable social protection network. Vice President Kashim Shettima gave this assurance at the Northwest Governors Forum Policy Dialogue in Kano State. The summit focused on leveraging social protection and innovative financing to combat poverty under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda.
As inequality widens, many households need support to remain afloat. In Kano, northern Nigeria's most populous city, social safety nets have become even more important. The government here knows it has to do more, and that's why it is seeking greater collaboration with the government at the center.
The partnership between Nigeria and the European Union must continue to support critical interventions in governance, education, healthcare, humanitarian assistance, and poverty reduction.
For Vice President Kashim Shettima, represented by Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin, it is a non-negotiable pillar of national development.
This dialogue must produce a financing commitment framework
clear budgetary patterns, timelines, responsibilities, monitoring mechanisms, stronger federal-state coordination.
The issue of social protection is one of the critical human development objectives of international bodies like UNICEF, with the organization's country representative in Nigeria, Wafa Said, pledging continued structural support to elevate child welfare. According to her, the Northwest demands critical intervention as the region accounts for 25% of Nigeria's child population.
And this is something that the government cannot do alone, but I think domestic financing are very critical. I think they are at the heart of that. And Nigeria is also blessed with a very vibrant private sector. And I think now the private sector is engaged, not just in terms of corporate social responsibility.
The policy dialogue brought together key regional stakeholders. Notable attendees included the Emir of Kano, Muhammad Sanusi II, the Director General of the Northwest Governors Forum, and the Deputy Governors of Jigawa, Sokoto, and Kaduna states.
And thousands of mothers and children across Cross River states are set to benefit from life-saving healthcare interventions as the state government flags off the first round of the 2026 Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week. The week-long campaign is designed to improve maternal and child health outcomes through free services targeting pregnant women, children under 5, and girls across the state's 18 local government areas.
For the next 1 week, healthcare workers will move across communities in Cross River State, delivering a range of free interventions aimed at improving the health and survival of mothers and children. The wife of the Cross River State Governor, Ayo-Wanatu, who flagged off the event in Calabar, reaffirmed the administration's commitment to safeguarding the health of mothers and children through sustained investment in primary healthcare services.
Let us come together to ensuring that every woman, newborn and child, not only survives, but thrives.
Director General of the Cross River State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Vivian Mesembe, says the campaign is one of the state's most strategic public health drives designed to reach thousands of mothers and children with proven life-saving services across all the 18 local government areas, including the hardest-to-reach communities.
Every child reached and every mother supported through this program represents another step towards a healthier and stronger Cross River State.
What's really impressed me is me having opportunity to stand with Governor's wife. She's using her hand and give my child immunization.
The flag off of the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week Round 1 reaffirms the state government's commitment in continually prioritizing the health of pregnant women, children under 5, and their mothers for a better Cross River State. In Emeset Ifio, AIT News, Calabar.
In many rural communities across Nigeria, primary healthcare centers are the first line of defense. But while some struggle with decay and low patronage, others are clawing their way back to relevance. In Okopedi community located in the Okobo local government area of Akwa Ibom State, residents say a rejuvenated facility is restoring their faith in public health. Our correspondent Ogom Izendibu reports.
The Okopedi Primary Health Center sits tucked away in this rural community, miles from the state's capital, Uyo. For years, residents say this facility existed only in name, paralyzed by poor infrastructure and skeletal services. But today, the narrative is shifting. The center has come alive, operating 24 hours a day to provide critical care. Inside, the turnaround is visible. Solar panels guarantee uninterrupted power and clean water flows through the facility. The laboratory is fully operational, even providing specialized tuberculosis testing.
All the sample that comes in must be documented, analyzed, results sent back to the appropriate unit for follow-up. And of course, we also have the TB lab. We do TB as well. Aside from the issue of personnel, where we are supposed to have more hands to make the work easy. But the current situation we are running short of personnel. As it stands, I work here, I also handle the PCR. Some of our machines that were supplied by the primary health agency cannot carry the solar we have. Like you say, all these machines are supposed to be used. But the fears we have now is that if you use them with the solar, it can break down the solar.
At the pharmacy, well-stocked shelves replace the empty cabinets of the past, drastically cutting down the time patients spend waiting for medication.
Anytime I'm getting sick, or I get sick rather, I come here to get my treatment because here I see one of the best place for treatment. Everything about them is just good.
To gauge the real-world impact, we took a walk into the village. Residents tell us the proximity of the center is a lifesaver, especially for pregnant women and vulnerable children. For Deborah, though she had her antenatal at the facility, but she had to leave the community to her in-laws for delivery.
Since I gave birth to my first son, I attended my antenatal and my baby immunization completely there. They are very good.
I do go there for checkup. Even my family also do receive treatment there. Nobody has ever asked me for anything. Even if they conducted a test over there, I've never paid a dime.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the busiest days here, reserved for antenatal care and routine immunization. Management says weekly turnouts regularly exceed 50 children for vaccines, alongside 3 to 5 deliveries weekly. But this turnaround has also brought severe pressure. The officer in charge, Agnes Umo, tells us the center is critically understaffed, forcing the few available hands to work grueling shifts. Outreaches are crippled by a shortage of vehicles, with only one ambulance on ground. Furthermore, the facility remains largely inaccessible to wheelchair users and persons living with disabilities.
The center is very okay compared to when I came to this place. Because last year, people came from National for repainting of this environment and changed some bulbs. They changed some doors that was in wooden door. They now replace it with iron doors. And they also gave us the solar lights, and they put the planets on our roof. Even though we don't have staff, we operate 24 hours because some of our staff volunteer are living here at the facility. Even if other people go, those that are living at the facility will attend to people at any time, whether in the night, anytime. When I came newly, we used to run shifts. Morning people can come by 8 to 2 o'clock. The afternoon will take over from 2 o'clock to 8. Then the night people will take over. But now, no people to do that. If you come in the morning like this, you only know the time you are coming. You don't know the time you are going. Because you can prepare to go, then you bring a pregnant or a labor case. You will not go and leave that person. You have to stay and take delivery before you go. That's why I say you know the time you are coming, you don't know the time you are going. Because we are saving life. And any case that is difficult than us, since we don't have doctor, we will refer the person to where the doctor is at the secondary facility.
For the gains recorded at this facility to be sustained, there is need for the Nigerian government to address the shortage of health workers, provide more vehicles for outreach activities, and improve access for persons living with disabilities. These interventions could go a long way in strengthening healthcare delivery for residents of Okopedi and neighboring communities. Ogong Ezetimbo, AIT News, Uyo.
The Gombe State government has flagged off the 2026 Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week, a major campaign providing free healthcare, vaccines and preventive treatment for women and children. The life-saving program is now active across all 11 local government areas of the state. Chika Undeko reports.
The Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week aims to drastically reduce maternal and child mortality. It delivers essential healthcare services directly to pregnant women, nursing mothers, and children under 5. In Gombe State, the exercise spans all 114 wards. Healthcare officials confirm the facilities will be open for 5 consecutive days, including weekends. Teams are actively administering vitamin A supplements, deworming tablets, maternal health services, and vital health education for caregivers. A major pillar for this year's campaign is human papillomavirus or HPV vaccine. The vaccine is entirely free for 9-year-old girls and with mobile health teams deployed directly to schools to boost immunization rates.
To our mothers, parents, and caregivers, your cooperation is necessary. Place your wards and children at your disposal for vaccination.
Despite these efforts, officials are raising alarm over low HPV vaccine uptake. They are urging parents to discard myths and ensure eligible girls get vaccinated during and after this campaign.
Our district heads are all here. They will do the needful. By the time they go back to their district, they will call the ward heads, and the ward heads will communicate the same to everybody.
International development partners, including the World Health Organization, UNICEF, have pledged continuous support. Chika Udenko, AIT News, Gombe.
Residents of Ifo local government area in Ogun State are raising concerns over an abandoned dump site along Sholuka-Jola Road, describing it as a major environmental and public health hazard. Community members say the growing heap of refuse has further deteriorated the condition of the only access road serving more than 80 communities and villages.
The dump site, located near the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway, according to residents, have continued to emit foul odors and attract indiscriminate waste disposal, a situation that has affected both livelihoods and business activities in the area. During a peaceful protest to draw the attention of government authorities, residents and community leaders lamented that despite repeated complaints and several visits by government officials, little has been done to address the problem.
We spent money, we wrote a lot of letters to the chairman of Ifo local government, we wrote letters to the Ogun State governor as well, but all effort has proved abortive.
See, this very moment, they failed to do it. And the community members have been tired and fly up that no more rest, no more complaint.
The affected communities are appealing to the Ogun State government for urgent intervention, demanding immediate evacuation of the dump site, rehabilitation of the road, and the introduction of a sustainable waste management system to protect public health and restore economic activities in the area.
The dump site has taken over the road. So there is already earth hazard and road damage.
I personally have written about Sholu to him, not once, not twice, and the response is positive.
Residents also argue that palliative repairs previously carried out on the road by local authorities have failed to provide a lasting solution. They say poor drainage and continuous indiscriminate waste disposal continue to accelerate road deterioration, worsening the situation for commuters and businesses alike.
And the Federal Ministry of Solid Minerals Development has taken steps to unlock Nigeria's solid minerals potential. Endowed with over 44 commercially viable minerals across more than 500 locations nationwide, the federal government has moved to stimulate investment in the sector with the launch of the Early Stage Mineral Exploration and Research Grant Endowment Program, known as the MERGE.
For decades, Nigeria's solid minerals sector has remained largely underexplored, despite the country's abundant mineral resources. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, says the lack of reliable geological information, high exploration risk, and insufficient funding have continued to discourage investments and delay the advancement of promising mining projects across the country.
With catalytic grants at the start, de-risking and co-funding in the middle, and an accelerator to carry you toward private investment, mining entrepreneurs in Nigeria have honestly never had it so good. The support is here right now.
Executive Secretary of the Solid Minerals Development Funds, Fatima Shinkafi, noted that one of the major obstacles to unlocking the sector's full potential has been inadequate investment in early-stage exploration.
eMERGE places catalytic funding directly in the hands of our explorers, our universities, and our research institutions so that more of our promising projects can move from potential to proof.
The launch of the eMERGE program marks a significant step towards addressing the structural challenges facing Nigeria's mining sector. Unikwoja Atta, AIT News, Abuja.
And if you are just joining us, you're watching AIT Reports. We'll go on a short break. We'll be back with more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Welcome back. Now we take you back to our top stories where the first batch of the 262 Nigerians who were evacuated from South Africa following xenophobic tension have landed in Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos State about over 1 hour ago. Now we'll bring you sounds and sights from Lagos State.
We thank God first of all for these days, and we really appreciate Mr. President. I don't know, I forgot the full name, Bola Tinubu. We say million bosa, sir, for making this repatriation to come true. We really appreciate, sir. We really do appreciate, and we are so happy. God bless Nigeria.
Child for when the father is dead, who am I going to do this child for South Africa? The women then they want to adopt my child. This is their friends. They want to adopt it and keep me stranded so I can go home. Thank you very much. 40 years.
You could see the excitement being expressed by those returnees from South Africa. It's a happy mood in Lagos and all over Nigeria also, and we hope that other Nigerians in South Africa are brought back to Nigeria safely. And moving on, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, are pushing for strong security arrangement ahead of the June 20 Enugu North Senatorial District by-election. The call came at the meeting of the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security in Enugu on Wednesday as preparation for the poll enter a critical stage.
In less than 2 weeks, voters across the 6 local government areas that make up the Enugu North Senatorial District will head to the polls in an election that will take place in 102 wards and 1,488 polling units. With insecurity and kidnapping still a concern in parts of the country, INEC, security agencies, and other stakeholders are focusing heavily on the safety of voters, election officials, and electoral materials. The State Resident Electoral Commissioner Chukwuemeka Chukwu says the commission requires adequate security coverage across all polling units, while the state coordinator of the NYSC also raises concerns about the deployment of corps members to volatile areas.
People who are going to man the polling units, where we have certain your office to deploy over 3,000 security men. Because these adults are mainly NYSC corps members.
Assurances from the police and other security agencies that no polling unit will be left without security presence appeared to boost confidence among stakeholders as efforts continue to ensure a peaceful, credible, and history election. Kelechi Ekeledo, AIT News, Enugu.
And the People's Redemption Party says Nigeria is in urgent need of rescue from years of poor governance, corruption, and weakened democratic institutions. At the presentation of certificate of return to its presidential candidate, Donald Duke, and other flag bearers for the 2027 general election, the PRP says it is poised to provide a credible alternative in the coming year. AIT political correspondent Oge Ihimekpe reports.
The PRP national leadership says its candidates were carefully selected based on credibility, integrity, and commitment to national service. The party expressed confidence in their ability to restore public trust and reposition the country for growth and stability.
Those who have exercised power have chosen to ignore its basic needs or have seen governance as personal entitlement. We are ready to lead Nigeria towards healing and recovery.
And I said I've reviewed all the presidential candidates, all of them, about 10 of them. And I dare say, who is better than Donald Duke amongst them?
In his remarks, the presidential candidate, Donald Duke, said the 2027 elections will represent the true mandate of the Nigerian people, emphasizing that governance must reflect the will and aspirations of citizens.
We must strive for a Nigeria where our farmers return safely from their farms, where every child has a desk and chair in a decent environment, where the student-teacher ratio allows for quality teaching and teachers consistently improve their skills. A Nigeria which strives to ensure every family owns a home, where talent no longer leaves our shores because opportunities are now awash at home.
The party called on citizens to support its candidates, expressing optimism that the electoral process will be free, fair, and reflective of the people's choice. Oge Ihimekpe, AIT News, Abuja.
And now we bring you Sport Track.
I am Osaibovo Sifo. Nigerian Super Eagles suffered their first defeat in 4 international friendlies after falling to 2-1 to Portugal in a preparatory match on Wednesday night. The encounter, which serves as Portugal's final warm-up game ahead of the FIFA World Cup, provided Super Eagles coach Eric Chell another opportunity to assess several players and tactical options. The defeat was Chell's second loss since taking charge of the Nigerian national team, although the performance offered a number of positives despite the result. Goalkeeper Maduka Okoye emerged as one of Nigeria's standard performers, producing a series of impressive saves to keep the scoreline respectable after Portugal created a few scoring chances. The Super Eagles will now shift their focus to upcoming AFCON qualifiers in September. The countdown is over as the highly anticipated 2026 FIFA World Cup gets underway today across North America. Host Mexico will face South Africa in the tournament's opening match at 8 p.m. Nigerian time in Mexico City. The host, that game between South Africa and Mexico, is a repeat of 2010 edition that ended in a 1-1 draw. The second game, that is the Group A fixture, will see South Korea take on Czech Republic in Guadalajara at 3 a.m. on Friday. The three host nations, Canada, Mexico, and the United States of America, will each stage their own opening ceremonies, with celebration continuing across the weekend. And away from football, American hurdler Jacoby Tapp produced a stunning performance at the NCAA Championship in Eugene, Oregon, breaking the men's 110-meter hurdles world record during the heat. The 20-year-old clocked 12.75 seconds, erasing the previous world record of 12.80 seconds set by Aris Merritt in 2012. Tapp's time also shattered the collegiate record of 12.98 seconds established by Olympic champion Grant Holloway in 2019. The Auburn University athlete has improved significantly in his previous personal best of 13.01 seconds and became the first athlete in 50 years to set a world record at the NCAA championship. Tapp will now aim to defend his NCAA title in Friday's final as it looks to cap a historic week with back-to-back national crowns. And in golf, Nigeria is taking a step further in strengthening golf development through a partnership between the Nigerian Golf Federation and the R&A Foundation, the charitable arm of golf's world governing body. Under the initiative, Nigerian certified PGA professional Mark Oseni will attend PGA Level 1 and 2 coaching courses in South Africa in July 2026. The program is designed to equip him with internationally recognized coaching qualification and modern teaching techniques. President of Nigerian Golf Federation, Otumba Olusegun Rushewo, described the partnership as a landmark achievement, saying that investment in coaching education is critical to building a sustainable future for golf in Nigeria. Upon completion of the training, Oseni is expected to transfer his knowledge to PGA professionals across the country, helping to raise coaching standards and promote grassroots development of the sport. Nigerian success Ogunjobi has emerged the girls singles champion at the NASCO International Tennis Federation ITF J30 series, while China's Kum claimed the boys' title. Kum produced a dominant performance to defeat Nigeria's Elisha Kwagbe 6-2, 6-2 in the boys' singles final, while Success came back from a set down to defeat compatriot Khadijat Mohammed 6-7, 6-3, 6-1. Khadijat put her defeat in the singles behind her in the girls' double, pairing with France Jessica Togbe to claim the title.
I think, I feel good. It was a really good match, and it was my first doubles final. And it was a really tight match, and, I just hope that next week I can go for the win and, hopefully get the title.
It's a real privilege to play here in Abuja. The singles didn't go as well as I hoped, although I made it to the Final Four. But I'm happy with the doubles performance, winning the title, which is really special and encouraging for me. So I'm looking forward to, by God's grace, starting strong in the second leg of this tournament.
Nigerian Tennis Federation President Victor Oche, while congratulating the players, emphasized the need to create an enabling environment for young players to live their dreams.
There are two things. First, infrastructure. We don't have this kind of infrastructure built around those states or local places. And so we need to encourage them, people in local government, people in places where we don't have this kind of infrastructure to encourage either local government chairman, governors, to build such infrastructure that will bring children to congregate together and be able to enjoy the game of tennis and put it to them. Because if you have the facility, definitely it will be used. But if it's not there at all, then it will not be used at all. So that's one.
With the first leg of the NASCO ITF J30 series concluded, attention now shifts to the second leg of the tournament, where players will have another opportunity to earn valuable ranking points and continue their development on the International Junior Tennis Championship. And finally, the New York Knicks moved to within one win to the NBA Championship after producing the biggest comeback in NBA's finals history to defeat San Antonio Spurs 107-106. Trailing by 29 points in the second quarter, the Knicks mounted a remarkable fight back before OG Anunoby tipped in the winning basket with just 1.2 seconds remaining. The victory handed New York a commanding 3-1 lead in their best of 7 series and leaves them on the brink of their first NBA title since 1973. The series now shifts to San Antonio for Game 5, where the Knicks will have their first opportunity to clinch the championship. And that's sport. Many thanks for watching. I am Osaibovo Usifo, and back to Olamide.
Thank you, Osai Bovo. Moving on to other stories now. Nigeria Senate President Godswill Akpabio took to sentiment on Wednesday as he pleaded that the party must carry the members of the National Assembly along while submitting the party candidate to INEC for the 2027 general election. According to Akpabio, most of the senators, in quotes, are having high blood pressure, end of quotes, for fear of the outcome of the primaries that held recently. He spoke at the inauguration of the National Campaign Council for Ekiti State governorship election in Abuja.
List of candidates of the All Progressives Congress who will fly the flag of the party in the 2027 election may turn out to be a big burden if not well managed. There are indications that some members who may feel shortchanged by the list could jump the ship. Senate President Godswill Akpabio is the co-chairman of the Ekiti State Campaign Council. His body language and temperament gave indications that all is not well with the expected list that will fly the party flag, at least in the Senate.
So I'm only people will try to that when they bring out their final list, let them show that they are telling all of us about. When the voting committee meets and bring out the final list outside Ekiti of the rest of the people contesting election, so my people are having a petition. So try and cool down a petition and then ensure that you are telling all the National Assembly members about. And for the governors, yes, the state assemblies are going to be working with you. You have absolute right to choose anybody you want.
For the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Ninchawe Iwada, and the Kaduna State Governor, Ubasani, the Ekiti election is a done deal.
We're proud that we have you. We're happy. They were presenting one of the best candidates for this election. People have no option in this election. You seem to be the only candidate for this election. I can say informally, congratulations in advance.
This unity among past leaders is a strong endorsement of his leadership style, one characterized by humility, inclusivity, and a testament, commitment to the welfare of the people of Ekiti State.
The Ekiti governorship election will hold on June 20, 2026, and the ruling All Progressives Congress hopes to garner 500,000 votes against the 187,557 votes recorded by Governor Biodun Oyebanji in 2022. Anoyoyo Ogiagboge, AIT News, Abuja.
And that is the AIT report. I am Olamide Abroyo. Many thanks for staying with us. Stay safe out there.
Political tension is rising across the country, with the race for elective offices beginning to take shape. Parties are moving to conclude crucial stages of their candidate selection processes amid rising tension, internal disputes, and fresh realignments. Defections, coalition negotiations, and disagreements within opposition parties have continued to dominate the political landscape as debates over consensus candidacy, zoning arrangements, and party leadership structures create uncertainties as candidates emerge one way or the other in the party primaries. The ruling All Progressives Congress APC, for instance, commenced its primaries days ago, with aspirants battling for the party's tickets to contest the 360 House of Representatives seats, 109 senatorial seats, and the 991 legislative seats in the 36 state houses of assembly nationwide. The exercise expected to test the strength and the unity of the party at the grassroots has already generated controversies in some areas, as the party shuffled between its initial resolve to use the consensus option and the direct primaries, where party members couldn't agree. In Osun State, for instance, the primary election scheduled for Sunday, May 17, was disrupted across the state's 9 federal constituencies following protests by aggrieved party loyalists. Some aspirants openly rejected the outcome of the exercise, alleging that the process was manipulated in favor of preferred candidates. Similar complaints have also emerged from other states, with accusations of imposition, biased screening processes, and undue interference by party leaders. In several instances, governors and influential stakeholders are reportedly pushing for consensus arrangements aimed at securing tickets for loyalists, a development critics argue undermines internal democracy and alienates party members. Observers warn that if not properly managed, these disputes could trigger deeper divisions within the parties, fuel further defections, and weaken public confidence in the democratic process. But the new Electoral Act has something in it for those who think that the situation has not changed, as they can still switch from one party to another or engage in forum shopping for tickets to contest the 2027 elections. Today on Jigsaw, we will examine the politics surrounding these primaries, the growing crisis within party structures, the options of consensus and direct primaries, as we have seen played out in the different political parties in their primaries, and the broader implications for the 2027 general election. Honorable Bamidele Salam is a member of the House of Representatives. He represents Ede North South, Egbedore and Ejigbo Federal Constituency of Osun State. He is a member of the Accord Party, a party that has not only suddenly become popular in Osun State, but a party to beat, even as Osun State prepares for an off-cycle governorship election in August this year. Honorable Salam joins us shortly.
A very warm welcome to you. Honorable Tunde Salam is our guest on Jigsaw this afternoon. Sorry. Honorable Bamidele Salam, I meant, is here already. He's our guest on Jigsaw this afternoon. Honorable Bamidele Salam is a member representing Ede North, Ede South, and Egbedore Ejigbo Federal Constituency area of Osun State. Beyond that, he is the chairman of the House Committee on Public Accounts. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure being here.
And it's been a long while.
Long time. Thank you, sir.
I remember the last time we fixed an appointment was how many months ago? You said you were on your way out of the country.
My apologies, please.
It's okay.
It's
Good
my
to
great pleasure. Thank you very much, sir.
I must say that as chairman of the House Committee on Public Accounts, he is one of, not just one of the cerebral members in the House, but one of the hardworking. He has to be, because the committee is heading, it's a very important one in the politics.
Thank you.
We'll come back to your activities as chairman of that committee. But let's start with politics. Your state is not so much in the news as regards the Accord Party. In actual fact, the Accord Party was relatively unknown in Osun State until circumstances forced His Excellency to look in the direction of Accord Party as a purpose-built vehicle for a second-term ambition. So how have you been planting the Accord Party in the minds of the people? What's the symbol of Accord Party? I think it's called.
It's the thumb. It's the thumb.
Thumb, right?
The thumb. Okay. That same thumb that we use on the on the ballot.
On the ballot. Okay.
And it is the first. It is the first political party on the ballot paper because it is A, so it is Accord. It comes first. And all this also helps.
That's an advantage.
Oh yeah, they have an advantage.
When they give you ballot paper, the first
one you see on top, we're on top, and then your thumb is what we just used to.
Was that a deliberate choice by His Excellency, or it was just?
Well, it's a combination. It's a combination of a process of wide consultation with the stakeholders of the party in the state, as well as trying to look at which political platform offers a very good alternative to the People's Democratic Party, which was then bedeviled by crisis. Oh, yeah. So as at that time, you know, the governorship primaries was to be concluded by December 15th of last year. And as at then, there was uncertainty as to which of the groups in the PDP, you know, was entitled to present a candidate, and the governor had to run. We also had to look for...
Take that gamble.
Oh, yeah, that would have been too risky. And in fact, the people of Osun, traditional rulers, professionals, all of them were telling the governors at that time that it's better he looked for an alternate political platform so that he doesn't get shut out of the calendar, and that was exactly what happened. So, wide consultation, looking at also even the manifesto of the political party we are going into to be sure that it's also a manifesto we can sell to the people, and of course a party that people can easily also identify by its symbol, by its color, and so on and so forth. So, and since the governor moved into the Accord, and 6 members of the House of Reps, and 1 senator, and 25 members of the House of Assembly.
25?
Moved, yeah, 25 out of 26.
Out of how many?
Out of 26.
Wow.
25 moved with him. 6 members of the House of Reps out of 9 moved with the governor, and 1 senator out of 3 moved with him into the Accord. And, you know, because we are also people, of course, the local government chairman, all the local government chairmen moved together with him. And these are all, you know, very seasoned politicians, experienced politicians. It's not been very difficult for us to be able to galvanize support. In addition to the fact that the structure of the People's Democratic Party has also wholesale adopted the governor for a second term. So if you talk about the PDP and Accord, we are working in synergy in Osun for very obvious reasons.
Which of the PDP now, or the remnants from both sides?
No, the PDP, as far as we are concerned, is one, and that is the PDP, you know, that occupies the Wadata Plaza. That is the PDP that we know, and that is the PDP we are working together with.
Do you want me to tell you the PDP that occupies Wadata? I'm sure you know. All right. So is the governor looking beyond his own re-election, which comes much earlier, which I think...
it's in August 15th.
It's in August this year.
Yes.
Is he looking beyond that election and looking at the larger picture, the 2027 general election?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. For example, you know, those of us who decamped with him have been adopted by the Accord as the candidates of the party. The same thing with those who decamped in the House of Assembly, and our election is in January of next year. So the governor is committed to that. And for the presidency, he has made his position known well before now, even when he was in the PDP, that he was going to support the candidacy of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu for the presidency in 2027, a decision that we respect as our leader. He has made that declaration even when he was in the PDP, even before moving to the Accord, and he still stands by that. For 2027 presidential election, he prefers Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is a candidate from the southern part of the country, not just from southern part of the country, from the southwest, and by lineage from Osun, as his own candidate for the 2027 presidential
his brother.
election. Oh, yes.
And I'm wondering why it was difficult for him if he could make that decision, which is like a concession up front to the APC. Why the APC didn't open his arms and welcome him into his fold?
Okay,
and adopt him as candidate.
Well,
is it a long story?
It was it's a mixture of maybe faith and some political
gladiator
calculation by some persons in the APC who felt that his coming into the party will threaten their aspiration. You remember very recently, our leader, His Excellency Senator Otumba Yola Mishori, was on television saying that when Adeleke wanted to come to the APC, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Chigbuega Itola, was always calling him and saying, there's a problem coming, or this one will threaten your ambition. So they all gathered together and resisted the move for Governor Adeleke to move into the APC, believing that his coming, of course, will jeopardize their chances. And then he came, he didn't come into the party as a result of that. And eventually, those who also thought that they were going to benefit by his not coming did not eventually benefit.
Has that brought them together now? You know, as they say in Yoruba, has Rikishi brought them together?
Well, politics, a lot of things are happening. A lot of alignments and realignments are happening ahead of the 15th of August election in Osun. And the beneficiary, of course, the major beneficiary is the Accord. Because most persons who are disgruntled in the All Progressive Congress, even by the recent primaries that were conducted, we have had quite a number of people who felt cheated, who felt disgruntled, who are already coming into the Accord. Some of them have openly decamped into the Accord.
They are decamping in vain because they cannot hope to reach anything from the Accord.
It depends on what they want. You know, when people decamp, at times it's not just because they want a ticket.
Okay.
There are so many things.
It is because they didn't get a ticket.
It's because they didn't get the ticket.
Exactly.
And now they want to also make a statement to those who denied them the ticket. And making that statement means aligning with other political party, and then we also have things on the table for them that they can also leverage on, apart from the party ticket to contest election.
You have a lot of spoils to share.
Spoils
of electoral victory.
Benefits of electoral victory. Electoral victory certainly comes with benefits, and there are so many. If you have 9 House of Reps, for example, if we all got elected, we're all going to be having minimum of 558 statutorily allowed. Those are part of the benefits. The governor being elected has commissioners, has special advisors, has chairman of boards. There are quite a lot of things that they can benefit both in government and in the party.
I understand that perfectly. Okay, let's move the discussion to the general elections itself. How has Accord been coping with the pressure of having, first of all, work on the fact that, okay, we're a new party, so to say, here in Osun State, and we have members who we have to contest the general elections. How has the dynamics work out?
Well, it's working very well. It's working.
As the Accord Party, for instance, held primaries for the purpose of the 2027 general election. In the case of Osun State, for the House of Assembly seats and the National Assembly seats.
The primaries are holding between the 26th and 29th.
Of this month?
This month.
Next week?
Next week. The one for the House of Assembly will hold on the 26th, and then on the 29th, the National Assembly primaries will hold, where the senators and the House of Reps are primary. But you see, it's not been difficult at all, like I told you, because there is something that is working very well for the Accord in Osun, and that is the superlative performance of the governor of Osun State, Senator Ademola Adeleke. In the last 3.5 years that he's been governor, he has been able to prove cynics wrong. He has also justified the trust of those who knew that he was going to perform as a governor. He has done so many things that have, never been done before in Osun in terms of major infrastructure happening across the 6 zones of the state and the 9 federal constituencies. He has warmed himself very well into the heart of
the... three senatorial
districts. We have 6 zones. We have 3 senatorial districts. But the founders of Osun, the founding fathers of Osun, actually broke it into 6 zones. And each of the 6 zones, as we speak, have had very major infrastructure projects, some completed, some about to be completed. Then you talk about the civil servant. Of course, you know Osun very well. You're familiar with the power of the civil service and the pensioners in Osun. They have had it so good in the manner that they have never had it. And that has made it very easy for anyone who's running on the platform of the Accord today in Osun to market the party, because you have a governor who has justified that confidence reposed in him in 2022 election. And so the August election, by the grace of God, will follow the same pattern, except that now the margin will quite be wider by all ramifications.
How come we don't get to hear about those positive stories you just told now. It's either we see the governor dancing at a public forum, or when it's about serious issues. I think the last one I watched was about I don't know his position now. I can't remember immediately now. Whether he was commissioner or a DG of something, and they were asking him questions about schools and about the revolution that he was talking about on that program. And the anchor person, I think it must be a podcast or something.
Okay,
can you remember
I didn't see that. No.
I asked him, okay, name one. And in the particular place where he said so much has happened, he couldn't name the school.
Unfortunately, I don't know who that person was. A lot of people, the governor has a lot of admirers. Maybe just be one of the admirers of the governor, wanting to do a program. But let me tell you, my dear brother, these are not things that are... At times, people focus attention on what they want to see. But nobody can deny some facts that, for example, for the first time in the history of Osun State, the first dual carriageway happening in Ilarogun. Ilarogun is the hometown of Chibisi Akonde, one of our revered leader, former governor. The first major dual carriageway was undertaken by Governor Adeleke.
Was it a viable project for that?
Oh, very, very,
or just
viable. It's about modernization of our cities. I mean, of course, you cannot, argue
we don't have a dual carriageway in
Ilesha. We have in Ilesha now. That's another thing. The governor is the first governor also. I'm just coming. In Ilesha. Of course, I'm happy. I'm glad you know Ilesha very well. From the Palace Square up till the Biuri Akure Road, the first dual carriageway. Iwo, another very ancient town that I'm sure that you are familiar with. The first time. Then you talk about Ile-Ife, the ancestral home of all Yorubas. The flyover, the 10-span flyover done by the governor, the dual carriageway happening there. Of course, in Osogbo, the state capital, 2 major flyovers simultaneously happening for the first time. And then, of course, now you can see I'm mentioning I'm talking about the zones now, that we're talking about. And then you talk about the school project. Of course, a lot of renovation of school projects. School buildings, construction of new ones through the SUBEB, and through the TESCOM. You also talk about the health. In fact, that is one area where I will be surprised if anybody says he doesn't know, because it was so rated that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation awarded Osun as the best state in the Southwest for 2 consecutive terms, 2024 and 2025, in primary health care delivery. Renovation of primary health care centers that were met in dilapidated shape when we came on board, have been reconstructed, providing solar power for them to be 24 hours off-grid, equipping them with materials, equipping them with staff. That the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation gave the state $500,000 on each of the years as an award. These things are online. It's a lot as reward for coming first in the Southwest. And these are just, and then you talk about the civil servant, like I told you. Yeah. For the first time in the history of Osun, there was no crisis about the minimum wage. The minimum wage came, and Osun today, next to Lagos in the Southwest, pays the best minimum. In fact, Osun pays more than the federal government in terms of the minimum wage. Then clearing of backlog of salaries and pensions, owned workers, especially the last administration just abandoned, the civil servant and pensioners, wasn't paying them anything. Governor Leke came and began to pay them all these arrears. So all these factors have added together, to give us the kind of mileage that ordinarily wouldn't have been available, entering into a new political party like the Accord. And that is why
this is the time the governor should be blowing his trumpet, really.
Yeah, I agree.
Trumpet that we have been blowing here now. I've been blowing it freely.
Very soon you will see it more now.
You have to come here and come and blow the trumpet. And it has financial implications.
The key regional route that traverses the FCT, right from the north, that is from the Abuja-Zuba Road, Murtala Mohammed Expressway, down to the south to connect the Abaji-Nasarawa Road in the southern part of the FCT. The road is planned to link other future federal roads to the FCT and other parts of the country through Nasarawa State. It has a total length in full development of 76 kilometers. The current scope from the airport road, from the airport expressway to Kuje, is the first stage of the full development of this highway, with other stages to follow in due course. The scope of works for this project includes the construction of about 8.6 kilometers of 2 main carriageways each of 3 lanes in both directions, making it a 6-lane dual carriageway. The road pavement is a 50-centimeter pavement thick, including a 15-centimeter macadam base. In the course of the works, over 107,000 cubic meters of rock blasting was executed, as well as over 934,000 cubic meters of earthworks. The scope also includes drainage structures, such as box culverts and pipe culverts, about 8 in number, 7.2 kilometers of U-channel drains, 17 kilometers of trapezoidal drains, and 2 river bridges, each of 3 spans, as well as 2 interchange bridges of 4 spans each. The interchange bridges are basically where we are, which is the intersection with the Outer Southern Expressway when it comes in future. That makes it 4 bridges on this project. We also have street lighting and other road furnishings that have been put in place. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the project is now completed and ready to be put to public use. In the course of the work, many Nigerians were directly employed and innumerable numbers were indirectly employed. The completion of this project has greatly reduced the travel time. It has increased circulation and opened up the districts in Kuje, in Wawa district, that's the Centenary City district, the Giri district, and the interconnection to the Airport Expressway. It has also improved security in the area, as well as improved the socioeconomic lives of the residents, in addition to other inherent benefits, which have attracted significant investments in this area. The road will also serve as an alternative route to the Gwagwalada and the Abuja-Lokoja road when completed. We thank the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, for the opportunity to be part of this project. Thank you, Your Excellencies. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Engineer Dauda, for your amazing work. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this road is a deliberate act of urban integration that ensures that growth does not outpace connection. Behind this achievement lies discipline. The discipline of planning ahead of demand, the discipline of engineering with precision, and the discipline of execution without compromise. And the company that has put this together was established in 1955 in the Middle East and Africa. And in the last 15, 20 years, they've been doing amazing work in Nigeria. Let me welcome the Managing Director of Arab Contractors, Engineer Mohammed Al-Idros.
His Excellency, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Sir Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, represented today by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alhaji Kasim Shatima, GCOL. His Excellency, the FCT Minister, Barrister Nyesom Wike, CON, Minister of State of the FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, Member of the National Assembly, other guests. I stand on existing protocol. It's our pleasure to be part of the development of the FCT under the leadership of Mr. Projects, the FCT Minister, Barrister Nyesom Wike, who, with his support, we were able to deliver and keep to our promise and commitment. We achieved this project according to the specification and good quality, as always. And we are hoping to continue to be part of the development of the FCT under your administration and beyond. Your Excellency, once again, we thank you for your support and wish to congratulate all Nigerians in advance on the Democracy Day anniversary. Thank you, the Vice President and the FCT Minister. God bless all of you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for delivering on time. The people are absolutely proud of you. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a medical doctor. But from all her life's history and what she has done for both Nigeria and Kano, she realizes that history remembers the leaders who saw roads not as concrete laid upon the earth, but as possibilities laid before a people. As far as she's concerned, and I also totally agree with her, we build roads to move people. We build roads to move commerce. We build roads to move nations. Above all, we build roads to move the future. She's the Honorable Minister of State for FCT. Please join me as I welcome here, Dr. Maria Mahmood.
Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by His Excellency the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, His Excellency the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Yelsun Wike, CON, His Excellency the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources Oil, Chief Henneken Lokpobiri, all members of the National Assembly that are here with us, our political associate friends, leadership of our parties, management officials of FCTA and FCDA that are here with us, Arab contractors as our contractor, members of the diplomatic corps, our women group, our team in youth that are always with us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. It is with profound gratitude and immense pleasure I rise to deliver a vote of thanks at this historic occasion. That's the commissioning of the highway FCT 105 Kuje Road from the airport expressway to the Kuje town. And this is third out of the 31st selected projects to be commissioned as commemoration of His Excellency Mr. President third year in office. Today is not merely the inauguration of a road, it is celebration of a purposeful leadership. It is also a visionary governance and fulfillment of a promise to our people. This landmark project stands as His Excellency's unwavering commitment to infrastructure development, to economic growth, and also improvement of the quality of life of our people, and also a monumental validation of the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. On behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, permit me to extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and also the Vice President, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, for honoring us with his presence and also their continuous support for the transformation of FCT and the nation at large. Our heartfelt appreciation also goes to the National Assembly for its unflinching support always. Our sincere appreciation goes to His Excellency Barrister Ezenwo Yelsun Wike, a life venture Mr. Project, for his visionary leadership and also his relentless drive in delivering critical infrastructure to the capital city and also the satellite town as we are witnessing today. For our distinguished guests, our stakeholders, our chairman of the area council, community leaders, traditional rulers, everyone that has been with us, We appreciate you for your contribution towards the successful completion of this road, for your patience, your presence, and also your commitment to building a better FCT and a stronger Nigeria. I pray this road will serve generations as a symbol of unity, as a symbol of growth, as a symbol of development, and also a national advancement. I say thank you for coming. May Almighty God bless the Federal Capital Territory Administration and also the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Sensational Bamidele. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, after the Honorable Minister is done with his work here, and historians want to tell the story of his achievement, they will remember that the story of this city is a story that did not arrive by chance. That the story of the development of this city arrived by design, arrived by determination. It arrived because a man chose to move forward. And so today, something fundamental has shifted in this city. Not loudly, not dramatically, not decisively. A road that once divided distance now dissolves it. A path that once showed movement now restores it. A corridor that once stretched time now compresses it, because one man believed in transformation, in hard work and dedication. Please welcome the live bencher himself, the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Chief Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike Sewe.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ably represented by His Excellency, the Vice President, distinguished Senator Kasim Shettima, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, Your Excellency, the Minister of State Petroleum, Senator Henneken Lubobri, my dear brother, Your Excellency, the Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, the single senators and members of the National Assembly that are here, members of the Rainbow Coalition that are here. Mr. President, permit me to personally recognize the bulldozer of River State politics, a man, even a politician in this country, and if not heard of him, then we begin to wonder whether truly you're a politician. Even though he's not a traditional ruler, but that is his blood. We never allow him. He said, look, I'm a traditional ruler, but I'm going to come to support Mr. President and his team for what they are doing in Abuja. Chief Sergeant Chidi, I would say, Newell Ebowa. The Managing Director of Arab Contractors and members of the management staff, the Head of Service of FCT and staff of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, mandate secretaries. Your Excellency, permit me to recognize Chairman of Governing Council of my own university, my alma mater, University of Port Harcourt, even though he's also the Chairman of Board of Trustees of my own party, Senator Mao Ohabunwa. Area Council Chairman that are here, and the new ones that will be coming will be sworn in on Monday, the 15th of June, 2026. DGs and EDs of the various parastatals that are here, the Vice Chairman of APC, South, the Chairman of NEPRC, Senator Magnus Ngei Abe, our dear traditional rulers that are here, gentlemen of the press, our dear women, our dear youth, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, let me join the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, to say welcome to our third day of commissioning of projects in your third year anniversary since assumption of office. Today, we're in Kuje Area Council. Yesterday, Mr. President, this road was awarded in February 4th, 2022. February 4th, 2022. I know that you came to office 29th of May, 2023. And we as ministers were appointed in August 2023. Yesterday, I will recall that after our appointment, you directed all the ministers to make sure that, particularly the FCT, to make sure that we relate and consult, interface with stakeholders in the various area councils. I do know at that time there was some bit of insecurity in the FCT as we came on board. Your Excellency, it may interest you to note that we have to visit all the 6 area councils to dialogue and interface with traditional rulers, political leaders, other stakeholders in each of the area councils. Today, we have seen this road how beautiful, but we may not value this road except we know how it was. If you permit, I don't know whether the Executive Secretary is prepared, just 1 minute to show you this road where we are today. We forget, I'm sure people of Kuje, all of us who have something here, we forget how this road was. We may think, oh, it's an ordinary road. Anybody can do it. Any administration can do it. If it were so, they would have done it. This one road that I never dreamt of, that today will come and commission it. It's a very, very difficult road. Very, very difficult road. In fact, it became a political road. So when we came to Kuje to interact with the stakeholders, the traditional rulers led by the Emir of Kuje did say 2 things. He requested 2 things. One, there was what we call the garage junction. That garage junction going towards Gwagwalada was not possible at all. And again, there was no contractor on this road, even though the contract was awarded in February 4th, 2022, at the cost of over 54 billion naira. The ES has said it's about 8.6 kilometers. So the traditional rulers said, look, if you can do that for us, and also call the contractor back to come and continue with the construction of this road. Yes, I will tell you, when we made that promise, in my mind, I did say, how are we going to achieve this? Where will the money come from? It was very difficult, Your Excellency. And then what we did to assure them that this Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration feels for the people, and that's why we have what we call the Renewed Hope agenda. What is the Renewed Hope after all? Homes have been lost I don't think the people of Kuje ever believe that they will ever interface with government, that they will ever see development come to Kuje. So their hopes were all gone. There was nothing like all hope again. But to the glory of God, with the president and your humble self coming into power, is giving back the Kuje people the hope that they have lost. So, Your Excellency, what we did in that first 6 months in office was to dualize the garage junction to about 4 or 5 kilometers to their farm, so they will be able to use and go to farm. But how do you come into Kuje? Even if you take Gwagwalada, you stop somewhere, you can't pass. The road was not in existence. It was a death trap. It was there for kidnappers and hooligans trying to molest, harass citizens and residents of Kuje. As I speak to you, they also requested dualization of Kuje to Gwagwalada. Your Excellency, knowing fully well that God is with this administration and God will never disappoint us, we also committed ourselves to also dualize Kuje to Gwagwalada. Your Excellency, today, I feel so happy. If there was anything that makes me very happy today, is that we are commissioning this particular road. I thank the management, the managing director of Arab Contractors. Persistently, I will call him, he will tell me he's in Egypt on medical condition. I say, MD, there's nothing like being in Egypt, come back. We have good hospitals, who can take care of you here. Each time he comes to see me, he'll say, look, Minister, each time you call us, my BP will go high. I said, so also, when you request for money, my BP will also go high. And I say, so he said, look, I can promise you. As at that time, he was doing the Wuye interchange and all the roads in Wuye. We thank God, Mr. President commissioned that road last year during the second year anniversary. So I continue pestering him. He will ask me, we are looking for money. I said, okay. Some of us who are prayer warriors, we have to pray. I told my Honorable Minister of FCT, each time you travel to Mecca, put this particular road as one of your requests. God should help us to get funds to make sure that we give to the contractors so that we will be able to finish this road. And from morning till night, even I don't used to fast before. I started fasting because of this particular road. And I thank God, God has answered our prayers. So, you are the miracle working God. Your name is Yahweh. So, today we are here. I thank the Arab contractors. And I thank the ESIS team. Working with us is very difficult. You know that we want the best, and you know we want you to meet up the time you are giving to us. If you have not come to this road before for inspection, at least we have been here more than 15 times to make sure that this road is completed. Sir, I'm happy, very happy to see that this road is completed. And I know you are coming back here sometimes first week of July to commission also from Kuje to Gwagwalada. Your Excellency, what you have done, what the administration have done for the satellite towns, history will be on your side. And I want to say to anybody, when you say, where is government? Tell them Kuje Road is what? Government. When you ask, where is the government? Say Kuje Gwagwalada is what? Government. This is government we are talking about. This is government we are seeing providing the basic infrastructure. As I was coming with the Minister of State Petroleum, he didn't tell me directly. He said he has an interest here. I said, what kind of interest? He said, general interest. He said, look, that the coordinator of his interest said, because of this road, prices have gone up. And they said, where is our own commission? Where's the commission for this administration for what they have done? I don't think there's anybody who is a human being living on earth, no matter whether you like us or not, whether you like this administration or not, which you don't have any choice to like us. Seeing this, Excellency, don't just turn here and go back. Excellency, I plead with you, you will only enjoy this road when you drive to the end and turn back. You go home, you will tell your wife, my sister, my wife, look, I am proud of associating yourself, and you are proud of being part of this administration. You can go home and sleep with your two eyes closed. Let the Doubting Thomases who have properties here go and see now all the lands they have cleared. You just said they should pay us small ground rent and other fees so that what the ES has said, we can take this road down to Nasarawa and connect to other areas. We are very happy. Honorable Minister of State and myself and the entire FCT associate with you at this time that history is being made. We are changing the directive in the development of this city called Abuja. Nobody will want to live now in the city. From Kuje here down to the city, how many minutes? But before, it take you 1.5 hours, 2 hours to come to the city center. But see what the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and your humble self have done. God will continue to bless you people. Give people the continued strength and wisdom to make those Nigerians who say they will never see, for their eyes to be opened so that they will see. On that note, Mr. President, I call upon you to address their people and please inaugurate this road. Thank you and God bless you.
Shetima, tell me something. Shetima, tell me something. Shetima, oh, Shetima, tell me something. If you follow Tinubu, you don't follow Pada.
Kindly sit down, please. Kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat. The Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Edom Wike, CON. The Honorable Minister of State for the FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud Bunkure. The Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Oil, Senator Heineken Lokobiri. Members of the National Assembly present here, serving and former members. Officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and Federal Capital Development Authority. Area Council Chairman, Managing Director of Arab Contractors, Engineer Mohammed El Darous, senior government officials, honored guests, members of the fourth asset of the RIM, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are not just commissioning a road. We are keeping a promise. 3 years ago, we took an oath to serve you. We pledged to end the era of abandoned projects. Today, FCT Highway 105 stands as proof that we keep our word. And let me be very clear. The present administration does not inherit problems to abandon them. We inherit challenges to solve them. To appreciate the significance of this moment, we must recall why we started.
This road was awarded in 2022, but little progress was made. It became a symbol of frustration, gridlock for businesses, dust in the dry season and mud in the rains. Therefore, when I appointed the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, I did so because he delivers. While there were delays, we brought political will. While there were obstructions, we paid compensation because we respect the law and value progress. Beyond the concrete and asphalt, this project speaks to a larger vision. The Renewed Hope agenda is not just for the city center. True democracy must be felt at the grassroots. It must be felt in Kuje, and the commuter coming from or going to Kuje must feel it. Every Nigerian must feel it. This 6-lane dual carriageway we are commissioning today is indeed a game changer. You no longer have to endure the suffocating bottleneck that once characterized the Kuje Airport Road axis and the lost man hours. Now we are giving you your time back, and time is money, and we are putting that time back in your pocket. More importantly, we are opening up our satellite towns. Abuja cannot grow if only the city center thrives. With this road, we decongest the city, lift property values, attract investment, and help our farmers move their produce to markets without delay. This is how you build an economy from the bottom up. To the people of Kuje, thank you for your patience during the constructions. Thank you for believing that change was possible. In the same vein, I commend Arab contractors. You have delivered this road to international standards. And to the FCT Minister, Barrister Nyesom Wike, you have proven once again that when we give a task to a performer, the results speak for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, let me use this opportunity to reassure the good citizens of this country that will not stop here. Across Nigeria, from the coast to the Sahel, we are laying the foundation for lasting prosperity. We are building the roads, the railways, and the institutions that will sustain generations to come. However, the government cannot do it alone. Development is a partnership. To sustain this progress, I urge every resident, business owner, and developer, pay your taxes, clear your ground rents and land peace. Your civic duty gives us the resources to replicate this success in every satellite town. I conclude by appealing directly to our traditional rulers, community leaders, and the youth of Kuje. This road is yours. Guard it. Protect the street lights, the drainage, the walkways. Do not allow vandalism. Do not turn it into an illegal market or refuse dump. If you see anything or anyone destroying it, report them. Protect what we have built, and it will serve your children for decades to come. On this note, and with gratitude to Almighty God, it's my singular honor and privilege on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR to commission FCT Highway 105, the Airport Expressway to Kuje Township Junction, for the service of our people and for the good of humanity. Thank you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
His Excellency, the Vice President, will proceed to commission.
All the projects where you do for the all the things where you do for the
It's my singular honor and privilege on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to commission this magnificent expressway, FCT Highway 105 from Airport Expressway to Kuje Township Junction for the good people of the FCT and for service to humanity.
We thank the Vice President. Shall we have the national? Okay.
Highway FCT 105 Kuje Road from Airport Expressway to Kuje Township Junction, officially commissioned by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Today, Thursday, 11th June 2026.
Huh? Okay, can we have a group photograph with His Excellency, the Vice President? Okay, now we are set. Who will use the trumpet? The national anthem, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to this new edition of Business Africa, your weekly economic magazine. Today we are taking a closer look at innovations in the private sector, from fashion to logistic projects.
We're becoming known through word of mouth. You'll find primarily handbags, clutches,
Agribusiness is part of the culture of Cameroon today. It is the backbone of our economy, and using rural materials does not allow us to be productive and competitive in the market. Using a drone, for example, is a solution to bring more efficiency.
In a decisive move for Ghana, the US recently removed the 15% tariff imposed on the West African nation's cocoa and agricultural exports.
Long ago, there lived a wise old chicken. Mr. Mayor, I don't think your problem's serious enough for me to take it seriously.
We accept, Mr. Mayor.
your go-to program for timely, relevant, factual, and people-focused health conversations. I am Ukeme Etukwa. On the show today, we take you from groundbreaking genetic science to emerging health innovations that could transform dentistry as we know it. Yes, the cherry on the top is our session exploring masculine positivity and how that influences our well-being as a society. But first, let's begin with today's health news.
This year's global theme, Unmasking the Appeal, exposes how the tobacco industry intentionally designed products love first-time users and young people. In Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, health officials are warning that tobacco remains a top preventable cause of death. It is directly linked to fatal conditions like heart disease, stroke, and cancer.
In Rivers State, we recognize that protecting public health requires strong laws, effective enforcement, sustained public awareness, and collective action. The Rivers State government, ably led by Sasinelaye Fura, DSSRS, through the Ministry of Health, remains committed to strengthening tobacco control measures, supporting public education initiatives, and working with stakeholders to create healthier and safer environments for all residents.
Beyond the medical toll, experts say the habit is draining family finances and overwhelming healthcare systems. Local residents are now being urged to reject the deceptive marketing of nicotine products and actively support smoke-free environments.
Out of every 5 Nigerian children between the ages of 13 and 52 are actually smoking, and that's a lot.
And advocate for healthier communities. Parents, teachers, religious leaders, and community influencers must play a greater role in educating young people about the dangers of tobacco use and nicotine addiction.
To combat the threat, Rivers State is currently collaborating with international partners to tighten tobacco control policies. The program focuses on expanding public protection against the dangers of secondhand smoke.
Nigeria's drive toward achieving universal health coverage has received a major boost as Africa's leading healthcare exhibition and conference, WHX Lagos 2026, gets underway this Wednesday in Lagos. The event brings together policymakers, healthcare professionals, investors, innovators, and solution providers from across the continent to explore practical solutions for strengthening healthcare delivery.
We need to build that ecosystem properly. We need to have those foundations for it. Why do people go out there? Over there, what do they have that we don't have? These are the things we need to look at again. Look at the context of the environment. You can have the technology. You need the people who will use the technology. You need to build local knowledge. You need to create that environment for people who are going to come here to feel free to do the work. And people who bring this in, they need money. They need to make their profit. So somehow or the other, the government has to create that enable environment for this to work.
So we need the digital infrastructure, a centralized digital infrastructure that connects all the dots so that a patient can move seamlessly from whether it's virtual care to physical care, from one facility A to facility B, with their record following them, where it is secure, where quality of care is preserved, and where there's privacy.
The conference comes at a critical time as Nigeria continues to face challenges related to the affordability, accessibility, and quality of healthcare services. Stakeholders say WHX Lagos 2026 provides an important platform for collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing aimed at improving health systems and patient outcomes.
One of the major issues that's coming to the fore is the technological infrastructure available in Nigeria. Power is still a challenge, and without this, there's a limit to how much you can sustainably provide these services. One of the things that we are also hammering on now is the need for partnership, the need for collaboration.
Now innovation is coming in. Before now, Nigeria used to use more of the analog type of systems
But in over 5 to 10 years now, innovation is coming in. So you see, every hospital you go into, you see modernized equipment as well. They're using automated machines as well. So the health sector is really growing fast. It's really growing fast. And we think probably in the next 5 years, we'll catch up at a very high speed. But the health sector has really grown far from what it used to be.
High-level discussions at the conference are expected to focus on key areas including healthcare financing, workforce development, digital health transformation, public-private partnerships, and the expansion of healthcare infrastructure. Industry experts believe progress in these areas is crucial to closing existing gaps in healthcare delivery and ensuring that quality medical services reach underserved and vulnerable populations across the country. They also maintain that the conference presents a valuable opportunity to advance sustainable solutions that can accelerate Nigeria's universal health coverage agenda and improve healthcare access for millions of Nigerians.
Still ahead on the program, Health Digest, 2 major health developments making global headlines. A future medical checkup could involve swallowing a robot. That's correct. Scientists are developing microscopic robots that actually could deliver drugs and perform diagnostic tasks inside the digestive tract. Absolutely amazing, right? Now, according to the research published through the National Center for Biotechnology Information, NCBI, the technology could transform gastrointestinal care. That is correct. Now, in another breaking major development, measles outbreaks are resurging in several countries and declining immunization rates. According to the World Health Organization and UNICEF, growing vaccination gaps are threatening global progress towards measles elimination, prompting renewed calls for stronger routine childhood immunization programs. And it's a perfect time for us to get to our Outreach Edge, where we spotlight health initiatives making an impact closer to home. Stay tuned.
The kidneys are 2 bean-shaped organs located at the back of the abdomen. The major function is to filter waste and excess fluid from the blood, regulate blood pressure, and maintain the blood's balance of salts and minerals. But health experts say millions of people around the world are living with kidney disease, often without knowing it. Globally, about 850 million people are estimated to have some form of kidney disease, while millions die each year due to complications linked to the condition. However, in Nigeria, there is a staggering statistics, and experts say late diagnosis remains a major challenge, as many patients only seek medical help when the disease has progressed to kidney failure.
The old, the young are going through a lot. The financial aspect of it is demanding. If you don't have money to bring your patients, probably the person dies.
So it's not a disease that an individual can confront. That is why we are appealing to the government to come to our aid. Look at this hospital, Zenith Medical Center. Thank God, God brought people like this. If not, they would have been picking dead people on the road.
It's not been easy. My husband has been the one sponsoring the financial aspect of it, but currently he has almost sold everything and he's bankrupt at the moment.
To raise awareness and encourage early detection, the Zenith Medical and Kidney Center in Abuja organized free kidney screening and a public health lecture as part of activities marking World Kidney Day. Residents of the Federal Capital Territory turned out to check their kidney health and receive medical advice from specialists.
Is the fact that you want everybody to have access to kidney health. What does that really mean? Does it really mean dialysis and renal transplant? No. It actually talks about making sure that everybody has the knowledge as primordial prevention.
The medical director, Dr. Lalikon Latishi, warned that untreated hypertension and diabetes remain the leading causes of kidney damage, stressing that lifestyle choices and routine medical checks can help prevent the disease.
It's healthy habits, drinking of water, lots of water to make sure you are well hydrated. For those of us that are obese, we try to cut down on our weight. We need to eat healthy, we need to exercise, we need to avoid non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, that's the painkillers that you know. We need to avoid herbal concoctions. There are a lot of herbal medications that people take from all kinds of places. We need to avoid them because quite a number of them are nephrotoxic to the kidneys. We need to avoid the use of bleaching creams, bleaching soaps. They all have issues with, they contain heavy metals that can be a problem for the kidneys.
This year's theme, Kidney Health for All, caring for people, protecting the planet, highlights the need for better access to kidney care and stronger preventive health systems. Ogom Ezedimbo, AIT News, Abuja.
Still here on Health Digest, we move into Health Tech, our segment on remarkable future of medicine. Stay tuned for that one. Imagine going to the dentist, not for fillings or implants, but for a treatment that helps you grow a new tooth. It sounds like science fiction, but researchers are developing a breakthrough that could make that possible. According to Click Dental blog and research updates from Japan, scientists are testing treatments that may help regenerate human teeth naturally. The method targets a protein called USAG1, which normally blocks tooth growth. By inhibiting it, researchers believe dominant tooth-forming cells could be reactivated. Early studies and ongoing trials in Japan suggest the potential to stimulate new tooth growth, especially for people with missing teeth. While still in early development and not yet available for public use, experts say it could reshape the future of dentistry. Welcome right back. Next, we have our chat with the expert segment, and then we turn to a conversation around masculine positivity and the well-being, a growing conversation around how men can express strength, vulnerability, identity, and emotions in a healthy and more balanced way. Also, they will be filling in the gaps and stepping in the gaps of women to see and promote masculine positivity. And now, let's hear from our everyday men. Mr. Leslie White, please tell me how long you've been a father for before we get into some of the activities.
Okay, I've been a father for 2 years now, and I would say it has been really interesting.
That's a good word.
Yes.
We'll leave it at interesting. We'll get to know more.
Yes.
Mr. Oba, so you tell us what you're going to be doing here.
Okay, I'm an activist for men's mental health, advocacy for men's mental health.
And we had a little bit of a conversation behind the scenes, and you made some really interesting points. You want a set of twins.
Yeah, a set of twins.
Interesting,
yes.
Lovely. And we have with us Mr. Sam Tech. Please tell us who you are and how you fit into this.
My name is Samuel, and I'm a journalist and a media man, and I've been a father for 6 months. Biologically, I've been a father for 6 months. But if I should remove the word biologically, I've been a father for like 3 years.
Your nephews do not count. Your nieces do not count because it's a totally different experience. So before we get your experiences and your expert advice, because Mr. Oba here also has a background in psychology, so he'll be giving us the professional perspectives. Please kindly get up. We're going to be looking at postpartum care as well as pregnancy and what role fathers and men can play. So first things first, I'll need you guys to get up. And remember, as pregnant women, you're probably in your 3rd trimesters. So please kindly get up without killing or affecting your baby.
Okay.
Without holding anything. Oh. You can't hold the chair.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful, beautiful. Please do know that if your baby comes out before time in any what way, you have terminated your child. So you have to be very careful, and you are not allowed to adjust the positions. As you know, you can't actually adjust the position of a baby. So first things first, I'll have you touch your toes without bending and affecting or popping your makeshift baby right now. Let's go.
Okay.
Touch your toes. Your baby is bending. Find a way to touch your toes. You have to bend down. You have to bend down. All right.
Okay.
We can see an experienced father. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now I'm going to need you to do a few exercises. By the way, you haven't slept in about a long time and you can't sleep on your back anymore. So I'm going to need you to stretch your hands left and right without hurting your baby. Stretches? Now touch your toes again, left to right like you would. I don't want to see your babies being squeezed, if not you're affecting your child. Let's go. Your baby seems to be losing its original position. Your baby is losing. All right. Without sitting down, what's going on, Mr. Alva? You can do it, you can do it, you can do it. Without bending your knees, without bending your knees. Without bending your knees, let's go. Without bending your knees. I can see a father of twins has a level of experience. Without bending your knees, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Without bending your knees. Now let's take it up a notch, a little bit more faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster without bending your knees. Let's go. 1, 2, exercise. You know, you're going to give this baby out soon, so you need to stretch. You're bending your knees. You're going to hurt your baby. Let's go. I can hear sounds. You're hurting your baby. Oh my goodness. You're going into early labor as we speak. I really hope your child is happy. All right, thank you so much for that. I'd love you to take a seat as a pregnant person would. All right, we're going to start with Mr. Samuel. How was that experience, putting yourself into a pregnant woman's shoes and having to do the most basic activities while actually thinking about the life that you are nursing and your child's health?
To be honest, this is very hard.
Why is it hard?
You don't have the ability to move freely. You have the ability to move freely. Like stretching this period, I play football, so I stretch a lot, but with this, I can't. So I don't know, it's totally just very hard. It's something, somehow, if to be honest, I'm now thinking if I'm a woman, will I really want to get pregnant?
Food for thought. All right, we're going to go to the next father here. How was the exercise so far? I've also noticed that your baby bump has moved in a lot of positions from its original state.
It's intact.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So tell me the experience so far.
The experience, it's number one, I would say it's more like a sacrifice because this is really heartwarming and touching because seeing this exercise and, you know, a woman go through all this, imagining my wife, you know, when in the past years, you know, with the whole experience, now I can feel what she felt.
Wow. And our psychologist who also wants twins, what are your thoughts? This is just one child in here, by the way, so the twins you're looking for is going to be definitely heavier.
To be honest, it's a tedious process. Just for like 5 to 10 minutes, feeling this tired compared to someone that's actually going to do this for like 9 months thereabouts. You know, it's a huge sacrifice.
Wow, that's quite interesting. One last health update before we head to Truth Lab. The World Health Organization has raised its national risk assessment for the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo to very high. The warning that the disease is spreading rapidly in affected areas, and the World Health Organization says intensified surveillance, treatment, and community response efforts are critical to containing the outbreak as well as preventing its transmissions. Stay connected with us and beyond the broadcast just by simply following our social media handles shown right on the screen. But if you want, I will mention it for you. It's Ukeme on air across all our social media platforms for health news, features, exclusives, and more. Now, let's shift focus to our next segment, Truth Lab. Stay tuned. DNA, a tiny but powerful part of our cells that hold clues to our maternal ancestry. According to the National Human Genome Research Institute, the National Institute of Health, the DNA is passed down from mother to all her children, both sons and daughters. But there is an important twist in how this genetic line continues. While both sons and daughters inherit this DNA, only daughters pass it on to the next generation. This means that through daughters, a continuous maternal genetic thread is preserved and carried towards across generations. Scientists often use this DNA to trace ancestry, study inherited diseases, and even map patterns of human migration across thousands of years. Because it mutates slowly over time, it also serves as a kind of biological record, helping researchers understand where we come from and how populations have evolved. So, in simple terms, while both sons and daughters receive their mother's mitochondrial DNA, it is daughters who continue the genetic line into the future. And that's our program today. From the future of regenerative health technology to conversations on wholesome masculinity, we continue to explore the ideas shaping the future of medicine and your well-being. Thank you so much for staying tuned to Health Digest today. Our aim is always to inform. And as you know, stay blessed and not stressed. I am Ukeme Etukwa. Bye-bye for now.
At Chabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
last week. I hope you didn't miss it. I hope you were with us. We started an episode that I confess was very, very dear to my heart on health. It's been a passion all my life, being a health professional myself, but also because I'm deeply convinced that health is perhaps the first thing, one of the most essential ingredients to a healthy, progressive people and nation. It is also an area where we can all do a great deal, where we can all contribute in ensuring that we are a healthy nation and therefore that we progress. Having done a lot of that talk, I've come to perhaps the most exciting part of the series as we unfold, where, as we promised, we bring you in ordinary people like you and I, but experts in their own areas who are indeed doing something in that area as a contribution to nation building, as a contribution to making the health of our people better. I have two wonderful, wonderful people on set today. I often always end up saying young people. The idea is not just to have young guests, but when you're so old, you have young guests because most of the guests that come are younger than you are. But truly, I do have two wonderful young people on set with me today. I don't know, a beautiful young man and young woman. Where do I start? Let me start from the person nearest to me. I am indeed pleased and honored to introduce Ebere Nnadozie to the set. Ebere, welcome.
Thank you.
Let me reveal a secret. I always dance and reveal the secrets and say that indeed Ebere is a wonderful human being, but she's also a C4C entrepreneur. I am very proud of her achievements. The particular project we're going to discuss today was indeed what she introduced to us during the C4C fellowship last year. And Ebele, shall I share the secret? That when she presented her business plan at the end of the training, she wowed our audience. Everybody was clamoring. Everybody wanted to be a part and to support her initiative. So Ebere is a nurse, but she will have time to introduce herself better. It's a privilege. C4C is proud of you. Welcome on set.
Thank you so much.
And next to her, by a very strange coincidence, is Dr. Alex Nnadozie. You know, I hope I haven't revealed anything by the fact that they bear the same surname. Dr. Alex Nnadozie is a principal medical officer at Gwarimpa General Hospital in Abuja. And he is also very, very much a part of the project, and therefore such an important asset to us in this discussion. Alex, you're welcome to the set.
Thank you very much for having us here.
They are two very bright young people, both of them from the medical field. Let me throw the ball back at their court and say, tell us a bit more about yourself. Well, better, since I introduced you first, let me make Alex tell us a bit more about yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, really. I've heard about the SAGE, and I'm happy to be part of the SAGE today. And I'll tell everybody I see that I was there.
We will tell everybody. We will air you, and everybody will hear you, yes.
Exactly. Like you said, I'm Dr. Alex Nnadozie. I work with the Federal Capital Territory Administration, Gwarimpa General Hospital. I've also, at the time, worked in Kwali General Hospital as I was transferred there, but later transferred back to Gwarimpa. So I'm with the Department of Surgery I've been doing surgery all my life since I became a doctor. So but there are a lot more things that I support my wife to do. Okay, so I've revealed that secret.
You didn't want me to, so it's no longer a secret.
Yeah. So I went to Enugu State University of Science and Technology College of Medicine. By the grace of God, I was actually among the best 10 graduating students at the time when we finished, and we were given automatic housemanship in the hospital, the 10 of us. And it was in that housemanship that the whole journey, you know, the stories behind what we saw from cutting our teeth as medical doctors and medical practitioners started. And it led to a lot more things that are followed over the years. And it will be interesting to know that it was in that same environment that my wife and I met.
Wow, wow. So it gave birth to many things.
Yes, it did.
To the profession, to the business idea, and perhaps the most important thing, to the family.
Yes.
That was subsequently formed.
Yeah.
Great, great. Yeah. I will come back to you. But before I turn to Ebere and ask her to tell us a little, let me tease you by asking you, how long ago was it that you graduated?
I graduated in 2012. So
which is how many years?
About 12 years ago, 13 years ago now.
You want me to tell you when I graduated?
Please, you make me feel so little in this show.
Okay, I will keep quiet. Well, I won't keep quiet. And I have to publicly admit that it's been almost 50 years.
Wow.
Since I graduated. Yes.
Wow.
But the beauty about medicine is that as long as you make the effort to keep informed, you know, you grow, you develop, you mature, you achieve with time. You don't, you know, it's not a depreciation.
You build the experience.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I proudly accept the fact that yes, it's almost 50 years, and that it's been very wonderful 50 years, and I have been very naughty. But I'm a public health physician, so I'm a doctor who doesn't confine herself to hospitals. That is by nature of the training, and have had the opportunity to go over many continents in the world. Yeah. So welcome on set, my junior colleague.
Thank you very much.
So Ebere, tell us about yourself.
Okay, I am a nurse. I went to School of Nursing, Isut Teaching Hospital, Parkland. And after that, I worked with some private sectors. I worked with Bathcare Laboratory. I worked with a private hospital. Then I did locum with Gwarinpa General Hospital for some time.
Is that where it happened?
No. Well, it happened from school, but then I had the chance to work with Gwarinpa General Hospital in the neonatal unit before I ventured into other things. So, yes.
Welcome. It's like I said, it's a pleasure because as you trained with us in C4C, we got to learn about this beautiful, wonderful enterprise. So your enterprise is called the African Emergency Healthcare Practices Limited. Let me say to our audience, it is a health education outfit. And which was one of the important areas we cited as we describe the health situation in the country in terms of health. The importance of health education in terms of providing information both for self, both for the community, and so on. Please tell us what inspired this? You are a nurse who one would think should be there doing nursing. You're a doctor doing your surgeries, but why this?
Okay, it came from experiences from the hospital, because while working at the hospital, we would have patients come in after they've bringing a patient in, and by the time you look at the patient, you'll see that they have done some things wrong at home before bringing the patient in. And also we've had, okay, before I go into this, I am the CEO of the African Emergency Healthcare Practices Limited, and what we do is we teach life-saving skills. We've gone to secondary schools. We've taught about life-saving. We've gone to Premier Academy, and we've gone to Leila Blossom School, where we taught about life-saving skills. We've also done occupational health with some corporate organizations and road safety. We've done that. So seeing how the things that people have gotten wrong by the time they bring a patient to the hospital, we saw the need to go into these things. We also have videos that talk about where we educate people on what they should have done before bringing a patient into the emergency room. Now, for example, we had a patient brought into the emergency room. The patient was convulsing, and the mother, at some point, threw up her clothes and wanted to urinate on the baby, to get the baby to drink the urine, because she was told that it's a medication for convulsion, that it's going to help the baby.
Repeat.
So,
yes.
Yeah,
I'm going to interrupt you and repeat that, because when you just say it like that, the audience may not understand. Our misconceptions can be gross.
Yeah. Let me elaborate on that particular story.
Yeah.
I was telling you how the journey started from housemanship. So we were in that same hospital. I was doing my housemanship, and it was children emergency posting I was doing at the time. And because I did not grow up in the southeast, I grew up in the north most of my life. So university was like southeast experience. So I had not seen that in my entire life, both as a non-medical person and as a medical person. So they rushed this convulsing baby into the emergency. The baby wasn't convulsing at the time they came. They rushed, our child has been convulsing at home, and while they were rushing in, another episode started. The mother threw the child on the floor, straddled the baby, and started peeing into the face. If you watch on YouTube, our first health education video was on febrile convulsion, because this story would not leave our minds. I jumped on top of the chair, but the nurses there, they had the experience. They had seen all these things several times, so they were so calm. I was shaking, like, what is going on here? And they say you give them urine. Urine helps. This is in addition to the palm kernel oil they feed them with. And a convulsing baby is not conscious, so can't even swallow well. You don't even know where the fluid is going into. You could aspirate, and this is actually what kills a lot of them. So that was one of the major stories we kept, because we come back, we share our stories from the day that meant, see what happened today, and how do you actually solve this problem? How do you tell women out there that you don't give urine to your baby who is convulsing? You tell this one person, the person doesn't believe, because the information out there is strong.
Oh, yes, from the mothers and the aunties and other caregivers, the grandmother.
So a very similar second story, the one that broke the camel's back, and we said we need to start talking, was in Gwarinpa General Hospital. So I had gone to the children emergency again. I'm not in pediatrics, but I was there talking with a doctor, and they rushed this baby in. Convulsion still. And then the nurse collected the baby from the mother, took to the treatment table. There was a large entourage with this woman, from the neighborhood where they were living. So all these people were asked to stay outside. They all went by the window, close to where the treatment table was. The nurse was withdrawing paraldehyde, the injection you give to abort the convulsion. So as she was doing that, these people from the window were telling the woman, don't allow her, no injection. And the woman told the nurse, they said they know they give them injection. These nurses and doctors are usually overwhelmed, a lot of work. So all the nurse could say was, excuse me, madam, leave me alone. And I was standing by the side. And she was withdrawing. By the time she was ready to give the baby, those people were still shouting, no grill, no grill. The woman rushed and held the nurse. They said they know they give them injection. The nurse said, madam, if you don't leave this place, security, take this woman out. And they were taking the woman out. Then I called the woman aside and I said, I understand what you're saying. No be this one. I know the one where they know they give them injection, but no be this one. This one, they will give them injection, the convulsion will stop. And the woman said, you dey work here? You know? So then I started asking questions. Wow, how do you give these people this information? Are you going to wait for them to always make their mistakes and come? And this child we're talking about had been given all what not before they came, before they arrived.
They had already tried home medication and so on.
They've given a lot of things.
They use spoons in the mouth to keep the teeth from clenching.
Yeah.
When the
So
convulsion is
we're
happening.
like, how do you, okay, maybe we should start talking. But we said there's a lot of medical talks going on out there. But we realized that even for me as a doctor, medical shows are boring. Because people come and they speak the jargons and all that, and you just be wondering, if you're not a medical person, you'll be wondering, what are they talking about? So how can you pick it? So we said we have to look for a way to break it down, to add humor to it like you do whatever to it, to get the people captivated so that they are enjoying and learning at the same time. So that's actually how we decided to start the show as the African ER, the African Emergency Room, you know, which is later now powered by the company. She stepped aside from work to start.
And so I am fascinated and excited by the fact that perhaps so many years ago the video technology wasn't available, but that you thought of now using that to produce skits. I will call them skits in the parlance of the media profession, that actually make that the information passing more interesting and so on. So, you know, we'll hear more from you about actual skits and videos and so on that you have produced. Please go on, my dear.
All right, I was going to say I've talked about us doing life-saving skills, teaching life-saving skills to students, and now this is because we've heard several times about accidents that happen in school, and one that happened a few years ago was a little boy of about 3 years who choked on his meat while he was eating in school. And because the teachers didn't know how to help this little baby, it took a while before they got him to the hospital, and unfortunately, he died before they got into the hospital. So we saw the need of teaching life-saving skills to both students and teachers so that we can avoid some of these incidences. So it's a way to encourage people to learn these skills and prevent such emergencies, or be able to step in when such emergencies happen.
So now let me ask you to expatiate on what the company actually does. From our talk, you do videos, you produce videos, but you're now saying teach life-saving skills. Are those, don't sound like videos, are those practical one-on-one life-saving skills?
Yes, they are practical.
Yes. In addition to what she has said, we go with a lot of things. We go with mannequins, the CPR mannequins. We go with bandages, we go with sticks, we go with everything because we practicalize the different emergencies that are possible in a school or everyday life environment. When we were talking to basketballers, they had a national championship, while one of the teams...
What are basketballers?
Basketballers in sports.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. They had this national championship. In preparation for this, one of their players collapsed, you know, and they lost him.
Wow.
So they called us to do a training for them so that they will know what to do next time if this kind of thing should happen. By the time we finished, because we teach them what to do when someone collapses, when someone is bleeding, or someone has fracture, when someone is drowning, when someone is having an asthmatic attack, all these kind of things we practicalize, and we make them do hands-on on what to do. By the time we finished and we were like, any questions, this lady got up and started crying. She said, if only we had this 1 hour before we lost him, you know. And she said, we did everything wrong. We did everything wrong. Maybe we could have saved him, you know. So I was really touched.
What killed him? What was it? A heat stroke? What was it?
He collapsed, and
from
maybe
what?
a heart attack.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
Maybe a cardiac arrest. He collapsed and they were pouring water on him, hitting him and everything, not doing the right things. And he didn't pick up, he didn't have a chance.
Tell my audience what the right thing is.
Yeah.
Let's gain from the knowledge now, Abi,
yeah, so
before we move in.
Yeah, very quickly, because that's important and it's been happening around us. When someone just collapses around you, you just find someone suddenly unconscious. First of all, check if the person is breathing and if the person has a pulse. If these things are not there, send someone to call for help while you start a CPR. A CPR is the chest compression. If you Google it, for example, you will see videos about CPR so that you will know exactly where to put the heel of your hand and support and use energy to pump, you know, to do a CPR. If you're getting tired, you can exchange with your friend while somebody is getting professional help. You keep on, and a lot of times you may just discover that that person picks up again in breathing, you know. But pouring water, this person is unconscious, water can go into the wrong place. The person can become cold from the water you are pouring, you know, very wrong thing to do. So these were the things they were doing, and they lost this young man. So we finished the training with them, we did training with road safety. We go to schools, you know, to do training. In fact, 2 of our schools have them in their curriculum because we do a pre-test and a post-test for the secondary school, senior secondary school, SS1 to 3 students, so that these are people who can actually pick these things and reproduce them. So they put it as part of the curriculum. They're not tested for it in the WAEC, but they are tested for it in their school activities. So it becomes an annual thing for those sets of children. So we discovered that even though these people pay for the services we bring, you know, at least to be able to cover the running cost of what we do there, we are better fulfilled even more than what they pay, because you never can tell how many people down the line you would be saving by teaching just a few people how to do the right thing when there's an emergency. So that's why it is called African Emergency Healthcare Practices
African
Limited.
Emergency Healthcare Services.
Yeah, because we are about those emergencies. You know, one of the first stories we started with on our show was 3 delays in maternal mortality. This is another emergency stuff. You know, people waste their time doing things wrong. Before they arrive, they will tell you that this hospital is bad, people always die there. This one, because people always arrive late, almost always arriving late. So these are the things we try to make people stop. But we have some challenges about what are our videos, and I'm sure we're going to come to why we get frustrated sometimes about our videos. And I'll quickly mention that most of the people that need to hear us are not on social media.
Okay. You produce videos.
Yes.
Let me again now summarize. You produce videos, and these are things that perhaps can be shared on social media.
Yes.
You do some site visits.
Yes.
These, you know, do you do other things?
Well, we moved it to another level when we discovered the problem I just said. Most of our audience, most of the people that need to hear about this are not there, and they may not even speak good English. So in 2019, because we started all this in 2017, in 2019 we did an Hausa language show about maternal mortality, complete Hausa language. The aim of this show is to take it to primary health centers. You know, women leaders can have a discussion and play it. They don't have gynecologists, they don't have doctors, they don't have midwives, but they can now hear from the expert in a language they understand. Maternal mortality, like you said, it's high in Nigeria, but it is worse in northern Nigeria. So we decided to do it in that language so that where it can go as far as, and they will sit down in antenatal clinics in rural communities and watch the videos and discuss it among themselves. The videos are very practical, you know, so we took it to that level, you know, and recently we are taking another step.
And so, yes, so there's still a lot to hear from you. And in the next episode, we will explore further. I have loads of questions which I will ask you. But again, for the sake of our audience, let me summarize really. So from the things they have noticed in their own life work within emergency facilities and so on, they felt there was a need for more information to the public about potential dangers that can be averted indeed if you know some basic maneuvers, and if you also not led astray by misconceptions, so that you can quickly avail yourself of medical help and do the right thing even before you get to the institution. So, but somehow or another, Alex and Ebere, I think, still have a lot they haven't told us, and I'm going to get it out of them. But I'm going to thank all of you for having been with us this episode, and ask you not to miss the final episode, the next one, where they're going to describe a bit more detail and perhaps share how some of these things, their products, were produced, and their experiences, even as they talk about what they will do in the future, because this project cannot stand still. There's a huge need for it. Our people need the right health information. Our people need, it's life-saving, it's obvious, and it's something we can all do as part of our contribution to better help and nation building for our people. So please be with us next week as we continue this amazing discussion. See you.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigue.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection.
I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Hello and thanks for staying with us. This is Political Platform on Repa Radio and also on Africa Independent Television, AIT. My name is Amechi Anapue. Now, the House of Representatives will this Thursday, that's today, vote on several bills seeking the amendment of the Nigerian Constitution, especially the one bordering on the establishment of state police. The National Assembly has identified the establishment of state police as an emergency that must be attended to within this week. We shall offer perspectives on this issue on the program today. Schools in some parts of the country now close early on Wednesdays as fears of bandit attacks spread. Now, the schools were hurriedly shut down following an attack by bandits on the Universal Basic Education, that's UBE, secondary and primary school in Iluke, Kogi State, and a threat of possible invasion at learning centers in Edo and Niger States. This is happening a few weeks after school pupils were abducted in Oyo, fueling national and international condemnation of the worsening security situation in Nigeria. At least 3 persons, including a vice principal, lost their lives when suspected bandits attacked the UBE Secondary Primary School in Iluke in Kababunu local government area of Kogi State. They were engaged by Nigerian troops, and these casualties were recorded in the process. We offer perspectives as insinuation within government circles suggests that the worsening security situation may be politically motivated. We'll be joined by Obafemi George, a political scientist, and he will offer perspectives on the state of the nation as critics go hard on President Bola Tinubu, accusing him of non-performance. But my colleagues, as usual, are here with me, Uju Ejeye and Shola Jaisimia in the studio with me. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Amechi. Welcome our viewers, and Amechi, you see where it is getting to the point that schools have to be closed down. And you remember the other day there was such a scare around the Maraba area in Abuja here, and people were asked to come and take their children home. If we kill our education and the education of our children, then we have no future as a nation at all.
Okay, Shola.
Well, the good news is that those in authority thought it wise to take what we may call maybe late preemptive measures. Probably the shutdown of schools temporarily should not have come after the bandits attacked that particular area and killed the vice principal and 2 other persons. One of them is a kid. I strongly believe that the governor of Kogi State needs to try as much as possible. He has a security outfit which he works with. I can't remember the code which is called. And the military are there in Lokoja. They are spread across different parts of Kogi State. So intelligence gathering must be key. And they must utilize it eventually to have preemptive measures. But one thing, when the news
perhaps
came...
was it not the intelligence gathering that led to the leaked DSS memo suggesting possible attacks on schools around Edo State?
It's almost the same thing with Governor Okpeolu also taking action. So I just empathize, first of all, with the families of those who have passed, who have been killed. These things are preventable, but we just need to continue to try to team up as citizens, and for those in authority to realize that lives are sacred and they must do everything to make sure those lives are preserved.
Okay, let's take a listen to this soundbite from the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives and Chairman House Committee on Constitution Review, Benjamin Kalu, as he speaks to the urgency of the need for the creation of state police, which is what the members of the House of Representatives will vote on today.
And we said, as it is today, the structure which have been agreed to by the IGP and his team, national consensus has also arisen on it. The executive, they have bought into it. The governors have bought into it, that there is the need for state police. And the Constitution as it is, if allowed as it is, especially Section 214, and other consequential amendments in that particular constitution would not bet the state police that will guarantee what we'll be looking for in the space of security. These gentlemen here have been working hard to amend the constitution and to prioritize state police, especially now that we are faced with this difficulty around the country. So we are here to announce to Nigerians that hope is coming, that hope to have a better response time to incidents of crime is here, that we have decided, though tough, that by tomorrow we'll be voting on the Constitution, and in that we'll be prioritizing state police.
Fire brigade approach.